sharing, yeah.
You're still on the right page.
Is it still sharing that?
It's still sharing exactly what's up there. Can you move the other page to the practice session box?
It ended up being a quick trip, yeah, and then I'm getting out of here soon, but it's
No.
still nice getting out in person. Even though it's a lot of drive, it is, yeah. See people.
They won't let me.
See if we can talk. Yeah, the pressure is right.
Everybody's here is the one that's going to take the questions, right?
There will be no Q&A. That's the good part.
There will be no
There's no
Q&A.
Q&A.
Oh, good. Everybody hear that.
It's 100%, I'll get back to you.
It's just force feed.
That's what we're going to put on the slide, too. The last slide. No Q&A.
Exactly.
Welcome and thank you for joining us for the 41st Annual Oklahoma Governor's Water Conference and Research Symposium. I want to welcome our audience of legislators, board members, and those of you joining us as well virtually, as this is our first ever hybrid water conference. I'm Matt Muller, Chairman of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. I've been serving since May of 2018 representing irrigation water use. During the past couple of years, it's been a very interesting time to sit on the water board and witness firsthand that no matter what's going on in the world, the business of water and water quality still needs to be taken care of here in Oklahoma. Our OWRB staff, as many of you are well know, have worked hard through this trying time to make sure that things happen as usual. In the time since our last Governor's Water Conference, the OWRB has begun working on the next update to the Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Plan. This morning we will hear about the Water Resiliency Plan and infrastructure financing efforts in Oklahoma and across the country, including One Water concepts and flood resiliency, and discuss the 2020 legislation which directs the development of the state's first ever comprehensive flood resiliency plan and our funding partnership with the Oklahoma Department of Commerce, Emergency Management, and FEMA. This afternoon, we will hear about the latest science on weather extremes, a topic of particular interest, those of us in the agriculture industry, and from members of the state legislative and congressional delegation, and honor the 2021 Oklahoma Water Pioneer awardees. We will wrap up day one with a special keynote address on innovative self-driving water systems, and we have much more lined up for day two. We encourage you to explore the gwc.live conference site as we stream from it for the agenda and links to our speakers, our sponsors, and student poster competition. Finally, I want to thank our sponsors for making this event available free of charge to anyone interested in learning about the water issues of our state. In today's time where energy concepts and sources seem to dominate our news, let us not forget that water is the absolute fundamental building water of life, not just human life, but all life, and needs to be guarded, protected, and made sustainable. This time, I will turn it over. We will have a special video from Governor Stitt and his remarks, and then Owen Mills, Director of Water Planning, will be up next.
Hi, Governor Kevin Stitt here. Welcome to the 41st Governor's Water Conference and Research Symposium. I'm glad to see everyone back in person for this tradition that Governor George Nye started 4 decades ago. You know, water is critical for all life, and that's why we're committed to ensuring that all 4 million Oklahomans have a reliable water source now and for generations to come. Our businesses also need confidence they'll have water available so they can thrive and grow. Because water means business. Our economy relies on water for its largest industries. Oklahoma's 1,400 square miles of surface water provides the foundation for an $8.6 billion tourism industry. And it doesn't stop there. The Oklahoma Water Resources Board permits nearly 3 billion gallons of water for our farmers and ranchers every single day, making agriculture the #1 consumer of water in the state. You know, the second largest consumer of water is the public water supply. Across 1,300 systems, Oklahomans use over 2 billion gallons per day. And that's why we've always been proactive in providing affordable financing for water systems to have quality infrastructure. That ensures water is safe to drink and wastewater is properly treated. Water is always on our mind here at the Capitol. You see it in the legislation we've signed in recent years. In 2020, I signed the Oil and Gas Produced Water and Waste Recycling and Reuse Act. The law promotes development of methods to process and treat produced water. I also signed legislation to develop a statewide flood resiliency plan. You know, it's so important to evaluate critical infrastructure, develop flood mitigation projects, and protect against catastrophic loss that can potentially come with severe flooding. And this year, I signed a law for the development of nutrient trading programs. They provide opportunities for regulators and stakeholders to create markets, to improve water quality and create revenue streams that would not otherwise exist. My vision for Oklahoma is to have net zero water use through 2060. I know that's a bold goal, but we can do it by modernizing our water use efficiency and conservation practices. You know, we can also develop new untapped sources of water, like municipal industrial reuse or brackish water supplies. Once again, welcome to the conference. We look forward to working with all of you on initiatives that address our state's water challenges because, put simply, water is life. Thank you, and God bless you.
Big thank you to Governor Stitt for his support and of water and for putting this together. And thank you, Chairman Mueller, for being here today. I appreciate all of you joining us today. I want to point out our board members that are here today also, Ms. Landis, thank you, and Rob Stallings, and Mr. Melton, thank you all for showing up today. Did I miss anybody? Can I get all the board members? Okay. And then Senator Stevens, thank you also for joining us today. I'm not sure if there may be some other representatives. I know there's several coming in and out today, but I did see Senator Stevens. So, all righty. So it's great to be here today. This is our first time at the state capitol to ever have the Governor's Water Conference in, is it 42 years, I believe? So it's exciting for us to be here. First time we've done YouTube, so I think my kids will actually see me for once. Our kids will all be on there, maybe get to see us. Also, Dr. Kevin Wagner is here today. Thank you, Kevin. He's the director of the Oklahoma Waters Resources Center. This is our 15th year to do this with them and their symposium, 15 years consecutive. So that's kind of been a neat thing. It's been a great partnership we've had. This year, we have developed a program for you that will mesh policy updates with the latest research and industry expertise to give you a really nice overview of prominent issues today in water. I think at the end of this, the next 2 days, if you get to hear all of this, you're gonna learn a lot. There's a lot of things going on in water. It's an exciting time to be in water. These are issues that are dealt with here at the Capitol. And in academia, in business, and in communities across Oklahoma. They're all dealing with a lot of difficult water issues. It's a great challenge to have, exciting time to be here and see if we can solve some of these. So this year, today we will kick off the conference with a high-level discussion of water planning. I'm the director of the State Water Plan, and so this is very near and dear to my heart, but we will be doing, today is gonna be a lot of things about what's going on in water planning, how long-term planning is more important than ever to address the competing demands, more frequent weather extremes, and realistic infrastructure investment needs. As always, we have focused on bringing you speakers from across the country that span the spectrum of the water industry. So our first speaker today, joining us remotely, is Mr. Scott Berry. He's the Director of Policy and Government Affairs at the U.S. Water Alliance in Washington, D.C., a national nonprofit organization advancing priorities that build a sustainable water future for all. Previously, Scott was a division director and lobbyist on water infrastructure and policy at the Associated General Contractors of America. He also served in the leadership of the Water Infrastructure Network, the Sustainable Water Infrastructure Coalition, the Common Ground Alliance, and the Water Advocacy Coalition. So I want to welcome Scott. Thanks for coming, Scott.
Thanks for the introduction, appreciate it. So hopefully you all can see me, and I think I need host credentials so that I can share my screen. There we go, okay. All right, great. Let's see here. Okay. There. All right. So it is great to be here. And well, thanks to the Water Resources Board for the invitation to speak to you. I'm Scott. I'm the Director of Policy Government Affairs for the U.S. Water Alliance. I have the pleasure of heading up the Alliance's DC office. I know some of you, us are virtual, some of you are in person, and usually if we were all in person in some big ballroom or conference center, I'd take this opportunity to sort of force you to talk to your table mates. And, I usually ask folks to think about or remember what brought them to water work in the first place and, what's their water origin story, so to speak, and to share that. But y'all just sort of have to imagine that experience. But I do want folks to think about this while I'm talking, maybe write down in your notes or what's your one sentence about why you do what you do. And this is going to be important later. What I do want to accomplish today, though, is it's a bit of a framing exercise. I want you to get you thinking about water management in a broader and a bigger picture sense. And then the folks that come after me are going to get into some great ideas and examples of how to implement and put into practice what I'm talking about. So for those that don't know the Alliance, U.S. Water Alliance is a national membership organization of utilities and businesses, environmental organizations, community groups, labor unions, and education research institutions, all dedicated to this concept of one water. So our work educates the nation on the true value of water and the need for investment in its infrastructure. It accelerates the adoption of one water management strategies through a program of national dialogues and papers and policy development. And it really celebrates what works and drives innovation in the water sector by highlighting one water champions. So first, I want to talk to you a little bit about the cost of inaction. I want to make clear that as much as what often folks are talking about thinking bigger and how much that costs, we almost never talk about the cost of business as usual. And this was the subject of an analysis the Alliance released last year with the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is the status quo, what I'm showing you right now. It's a widening gap between what we're investing in water systems, that's sort of the light blue section, and what we need to be investing in, that's the dark blue section. That gap was $81 billion in 2019 and is growing and projected to be $136 billion by 2039. Now, that gap has costs. The cost of service disruptions and flooding to the most water-reliant businesses across the country was nearly $50 billion in 2019, and that's projected to continue to grow. Those costs mean businesses are less efficient or less productive, and our analysis has showed that the impacts accrue from continually underinvested water systems, and workers would see reductions in wages and disposable income as a result of these. And so this chart tracks the 11 most water-reliant business sectors, excluding the big ones that everyone always talks about, like agriculture and power generation and mining. We wanted to give you a picture of the economic effects, the folks that aren't talking about as often. But honestly, if I'm being honest, every business is a water-reliant business, and these sorts of impacts ripple throughout the economy. No matter what your business is, you have to have running water and wastewater. Now, American households also have to deal with the costs from water and wastewater service disruptions. And in 2019, those service disruptions and flooding cost households about $2 billion a year. And we estimate that by 2039, that number is going to be 7 times higher, reaching $14 billion nationally. And households also have to manage the health and medical costs from failing water systems, and whether it's like sewer overflows that can expose people to contaminated water, or deteriorating drinking water systems that can leach heavy metals into water supplies. You've got higher rates of illnesses, hospitalizations, lost working days. They all cost American families money, and that money over the next 20 years is going to be about $7.7 billion in cumulative health and medical costs due to failing infrastructure. And these numbers are all pre-COVID numbers. We did this study, released it in 2020 from 2019 data. So now that we've talked about the cost of the status quo, I want to talk about an alternative approach. And I'm going to start a little bit broader and then kind of zoom in into how this impacts water and you. But first, I want to talk a little bit about innovation and idea adoption. I'm borrowing this concept from behavioral science folks that study technology adoption, but I think it's really helpful to also think about in the context of water practices. So the idea is that you can break down people into 5 groups based on their behavior around how they adopt technology and ideas. So think about, say, like a new phone, like when the smartphone first came out. The first group are the innovators, the ones that definitely want to be the first one to own and experiment with the new thing. Then you've got your early adopters, the ones not first in line to get the new phone, but the ones who, once they see what the innovators are doing, they are the first to envision some of the broader applications of that technology. And these two groups together are known as the early market, and they're about 16% of people. Then you've got your early majority. folks that are pragmatic about things. They worry about the risks of being the first or second to try something. But once they see what the innovators are doing and they see the proof of improvement, they're quick to incorporate that into their own lives. And once these folks are considered adopters, you've now crested more than half of people. The last two groups are the late majority and the laggards. And so, people who are a little bit more resistant to change, or in some cases, like on the laggards, like more skeptical or critical. Think about, maybe your grandparent who couldn't think about why a phone would need applications or why it didn't come with buttons on the front or something like that. The point of this exercise, though, is to look at what they call the chasm, that gap between the early market and the mainstream market. And that chasm is important for two reasons. The first is that understanding its existence and figuring out what people need to cross that chasm into adopters is how innovations get adopted. The second is that the failure to cross that chasm and convert people into adopters is one of, if not the most important reason why technologies fail. So if we think about this in the context of ideas and practices rather than about technology, we understand the goal of the U.S. Water Alliance is to cross the chasm with the idea of One Water. So we understand the context. I want to talk about why now is such a key time to be talking about these kinds of ideas and this kind of change. The obvious place to start is the global pandemic that we've been living through for the past almost 2 years now, if you think about it, and COVID and the resulting public health and economic crises have really exposed a lot of the deep flaws in our water system around access, around operations and funding. But it also created some significant cracks in some of the institutional and political barriers to progress. Another recent development that makes this moment so full of potential is the massive package of infrastructure funding signed into law just a few weeks ago. So the next 5 years are going to sustain a historic level of funding, and we have a lot of decision points ahead of us in the implementation of this funding to make sure that it's successful. But even before these sort of two watershed moments, pardon the water pun, but the world was changing. The communities of today look vastly different than the ones that our water systems were built for. Our population's different, our economy is different, our workforce is different, our environment is different, our climate is different. These new realities are all going to require dramatic and bold changes to the way we think about and manage water. And I know that you all are thinking about how to prepare for these issues that we have today, but also the issues that we're facing in the future. These are problems like aging infrastructure, or water pollution, climate change, whether it's through hurricanes and storms, floods, droughts, sea level rise, whatever. Climate stress is often felt first and foremost as water stress. So water problems are climate problems and vice versa. And then equity is another undercurrent through all of this. It's a problem of today and a problem of the future. When there's a crisis, low income and communities of color get hit first and worst, but they're often left out of the policy conversations that impact their water futures. And even how our industry is organized is hindering progress. Right now, there are over 51,000 drinking water systems alone in the United States. And this fragmentation makes tackling all of our challenges at scale very inefficient. And there's so much talent in the water sector. There's so many great ideas out there, but we don't have the time or the resources for thousands of different entities to find solutions on their own. I mean, the bottom line is this, that we're at a unique, pivotal moment right now, and business as usual is just not going to work anymore. And that's why I'm so glad that you all are here having these conversations today. This is such a great time to start thinking bigger about water. So I realize I'm about a third to almost halfway into my conversation today, and I haven't started a sentence with the phrase "One Water is" yet. So this is that part. So One Water it's a philosophy of integrated, inclusive, and sustainable water management. And as a philosophy or a mindset, it's kind of tough to put everything it's about into a single sentence, right? So I'm going to talk about the kinds of things that encompass One Water to help get you there. And it's an approach to water management that busts down the silos that we've erected between like drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, or water for fish, water for farmers, water for cities, those sorts of divisions that have arisen in the water sector. It's about having a more holistic approach to our nation's water challenges, because we need a new paradigm for how we lead on water and drive that landscape-wide change that's going to be necessary to secure the sustainable water future for all. And we call that approach One Water. So there are several hallmarks of One Water. The first is that it's a mindset that all water has value, from water resources in our ecosystems to our drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. One of these conversations I had, keynote I was doing a couple years back, I had an engineer, kind of heckle me in the Q&A period, sort of like, you talk about how all water is valuable, wastewater has negative value because it has to be cleaned before anything can be done with it, which is technically true, but we need to be thinking about how that can also be a resource. Even things that have negative value can also be resources. Some utilities are doing resource recapture on that wastewater, coming up with top-notch fertilizers. Others are using it to produce energy to power their own plants, and some are even selling energy back to the grid. The idea is that we need to see value in all kinds of water. Second hallmark is approaching decisions with a systems mindset that encompasses the full water cycle and larger infrastructure systems. This allows us to evaluate water decisions using a multiple benefits approach, including economic, environmental, and social benefits. And the third is utilizing watershed scale thinking and action that respects and responds to the natural ecosystem, geology, and hydrology of area. Now, so not just political boundaries, but really thinking about water as a full system, not just your utility system's territory or your city boundaries. And fourth is One Water approaches really need to help us think about the means and the needs and help us arrive at right kinds of solutions, sort of the concept of right sizing your approach and right sizing solutions for the problem you have. And fifth is that One Water approaches use partnerships for progress, and recognizing that real progress is only really made when all stakeholders have a seat at the table. This is super important. So if you are taking notes, I do want you to write this sentence down. The most durable solutions are equitable solutions. So when we think about One Water, we conceive it in broader terms than that. So like with 6 overlapping arenas for action. So the ideal One Water solutions touch on as many of these as possible and include perspectives at the table that represent these interests. And so they cover a wide range of issues, including reliable and resilient water utilities, which reflects the idea that utilities are and must be anchoring actors and leaders in this conversation. From supply and treatment to planning, utilities are all at the center of this conversation. Thriving cities, which reflects the idea that we are now more urbanized than we have ever been, and that planning for water at the city level, not just across water systems, but across all city departments, can be a really effective One Water strategy. So that cities like LA, Denver, Austin, Honolulu, they are all already walking this path. And as I'm talking about this, I'm also remembering this is Oklahoma. So this must also include thriving tribes as part of this, and as a locus of One Water as well. So competitive business and industry reflects the idea that One Water is impossible without direct private sector involvement. From their own water footprints to interactions with city and community systems to partnerships and contributions to technology and other best practices. I mean, businesses can be and are hubs of transformative change in water sector. Sustainable agricultural systems reflects the idea that it's obviously not all about cities and industry, but sustainable agriculture has to play a huge role in the transition to a brighter water future. Thinking bigger about agriculture and its role in integrated watershed scale planning can really help build partnerships between upstream and downstream water users to mutual benefit. And we see these partnerships blooming all over the country, in Wisconsin, in Iowa, in Idaho, in California, New York. They're all over the place. And social and economic inclusion reflects that nothing we do is truly sustainable unless we're striving for social and economic inclusion. Remember my lesson from just a minute ago, like the most durable solutions are equitable ones. Regardless of income, race, age, or location, all people need access to safe and affordable water services. Investments in water can address inequity and help build a water safety net. They can foster equitable climate resilience, and they can really enhance the community's capacity to engage in water planning and governance. And last but not least is healthy waterways, and I also like to call this healthy watersheds, which reflects the important nature of our relationship with waterways and watersheds. And thinking about the environment and the benefits of natural systems for things like flood control, it's just one of the benefits of the idea that there is inherent value in preservation and protection. This is also this arena is also about data and research and making sure that we think about natural infrastructure solutions and that triple bottom line, that social, economic, and environmental bottom line, to make sure that we don't leave watersheds out of watershed scale thinking. So those are the 6 arenas. Now, many of these, and some of you are going to be quick to point this out, are interdependent, that you can't really think of them as separate. And that's true. And when taken together, they reflect that battleground where we're changing business as usual and when it comes to water. So like I said, One Water strategies address challenges that arise by looking to incorporate as many of those perspectives, those 6, perspectives from those 6 arenas as possible, with representation from those perspectives at the solution development table. That is crucial. You can't just say like, we thought about farmers. It's like they need to be at the table. So as I make my way towards the end of my time, I want to pull together one of the threads from the 6 arenas that I think is kind of a super crucial piece that ties all 6 together. And just like I asked you in the beginning to kind of write down or I guess it was more in the middle, but to write down that the most durable solutions are equitable solutions, I also want you to write this down. Water is about people. So when you're listening to all the speakers that come after me, I want you to ask yourself how what they're talking about and how their work positively affects people. Some of them will probably even tell you outright if in their presentations, and you'll see that people are a common underpinning to not just the work that we're all doing, but why we do the work. And that is the fundamental connection that not only brings us all here, but also connects all of these aspects of water. That connection is One Water. It's looking across the disparate parts of water and seeing the whole in the pieces. It's a holistic systems thinking mindset, and it's watershed scale thinking. It's innovative, it's inclusive, it's integrated. It's building the public and political will for positive change by connecting our water work to people. So in a single word, it's collaborative, it's collaboration. So that's why at the beginning, I kind of asked you to think about why you do what you do and what brought you to water. And so I want you to hold on to that connection, because that's your answer, not just to what is One Water, but also why One Water is such a crucial solution. So I hope that's been a helpful frame for today's conversations. And I hope this helps you think about your own work and where it fits in One Water. So I look forward to your questions. I know there's a way to submit them electronically through the live stream. So if there are any in the queue, I am happy to take those now. But my contact info should be on the screen now. And if you want to reach out to me directly afterwards, I'm also there. The Alliance and I are at your service.
All right, hey, thank you, Scott, and that was a great segue. We talked about that, so I appreciate that for our next speaker on collaboration, and One Water is something that we're going to really focus on in this water plan as well. So I heard what you said. There was a lot of good information there. Thank you. So our next speaker is Mr. Mike Dwyer, State Senator Mike Dwyer, a current state senator from North Dakota, and former executive director of the North Dakota Users Association, which is a water coalition of all kinds of uses, from agriculture to rural water to municipalities and everything in between. So he had a career in water resources, serving on 12 different.
I don't know if it's my turn to speak.
We're doing the introduction now, Mr. Dwyer. We're doing the introduction now. You'll be,
Just finishing up with me?
yeah.
Okay, you let me know when I'm supposed to speak.
I'll let you know. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah,
They're introing you now.
okay.
Great.
I can't hear any of that, but.
Yeah.
I can. Yeah, I honestly got it up on my phone, so.
Okay, Senator Dwyer has had a career in water resources, serving on 12 different water-related boards and councils throughout his career, and has received numerous state and national honors in the field, including the prestigious National Water Resource Association's James W. Troll President's Award in 2016. Welcome, Senator Dwyer.
Scott, are you going to tell me when it's my turn?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Senator Dwyer, you can go ahead and speak.
You're up.
Okay, my name is Mike Dwyer. I am a retired, I'm a lawyer. And my practice specialized in water for my entire career. I represented several statewide water organizations in North Dakota, primarily the North Dakota Water Users, and we started a water education foundation, and we have a 4-state association consisting of North and South Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming. And we have an irrigation association, and we have local water resource districts, and I represented all of those. So that was my, I started by becoming an assistant attorney general for, in the attorney general's office, assigned to our state water commission. So that's how I got started. So for almost 40 years, that's all I did. And it's been a wonderful, absolutely wonderful career. I've gotten a chance to work with some wonderful water people in North Dakota, and as well as, our governors and our congressional delegation. And we only have one congressman and 2 senators like every other state. But anyway, that was my career. When I retired, I ran for the North Dakota legislature and was elected to the North Dakota Senate in 2018. So I'm still in my first term. They're 4-year terms. And if I decide to run again, I'll have to run in 2022. So with that background, I was asked to talk about our Resources Trust Fund, which is North Dakota's approach to providing funds for water infrastructure. And it's a legislative solution. It's a legislatively created fund. And so if another state was going to look at our example and say, we'd like to do that, we'd like to set aside a fund so that we can address water infrastructure. And Scott, talked about all of the different issues that people face with respect to water. North Dakota is an arid state, so we have water shortages and throughout our state. And then, but we also have a divide, a continental divide, and about 1/3 of our state flows north into Canada. And so we also have some very damaging floods for that portion of our state. It's actually probably 40% of our state that flows north. The Souris River Basin flows down from Canada and then goes back up. The river goes back up into Canada. And then the entire eastern part of the state, the Red River, that flows north. And so you can imagine, because it's cold up here in the winter, as in the spring when the weather gets warmer and the snow is thawing, melting, it starts running north, but it keeps bumping up into colder weather that hasn't melted yet. And so that causes the extreme flooding. Also, the Red River Valley, if you looked at our geography, is as absolutely flat as a pancake. There's about a mile drop or about a 1-foot drop every mile. So we have some extremely damaging floods. So we are, in terms of infrastructure, we're trying to address both water supply, which provides water for both our rural areas and our cities, and then flood control, dikes, dams, diversions, channels, to protect against some of these extremely damaging floods. In 1997, our city of Grand Forks, which is about 50,000 people, had a historic flood, and about 90% of the city flooded, causing billions of dollars worth of damages. And so for the next 15 years, we worked on a flood control project that built some dikes through the middle of the city. The Red River, which flows north, flows right through the city. Well, actually, it's the dividing line between North Dakota and Minnesota, and there's East Grand Forks and Grand Forks. So anyway, both cities flooded extensively. So anyway, we have some major infrastructure needs to deal with both the water supply and the flood control. Scott mentioned all of the different water systems to provide water. And one of the things North Dakota has done is emphasized regional water systems so that there's not all these multiple water systems doing the exact same thing as the next community. but rather by combining into a regional system, there's efficiencies in both water treatment and distribution. So anyway, we have what we call a resources trust fund. It was created in 1980. And if any other state was going to say, we want to do that, you'd have to have some legislative champions that have enough sway to create a separate fund for water infrastructure in your state. Of course, we're experiencing the benefit of an oil boom. You probably all heard about the Bakken. And but we've had oil booms and busts in North Dakota. 1950, there was an oil boom. 1980, there was 79, 80, 78, 79, 80, there was an oil boom. And then this recent one, of course, which has been a combination of, it started in about 2009 and lasted till about 2014. Then oil prices went, from $100 a barrel to $30 a barrel, and it completely dried up, but now it's picked back up again. And under the current administration's policies, there's a lot of uncertainty for the oil companies because they don't know if they dare make the investments that are required, even if oil prices are, where it pays for them to do the drilling. And I know Oklahoma has oil development too. Anyway, so in 1980, we have both an oil and gas production tax and an oil extraction tax, two different taxes. Each of them are taxed. Each of them are 5% taxes. And so in 1980, our legislature decided that it would allocate 10% of the oil extraction tax for a water fund called the Resources Trust Fund. And so that 10% is allocated directly to that fund, and it can be used for water supply, water infrastructure, water projects through our state agency, which is the State Water Commission. Well, it used to be called the State Water Commission. In 2021, the legislature changed the Water Commission to a Department of Water Resources. We were always the lead water person at the state level was the state engineer, and now it's the director of the Department of Water Resources. And that was a change. It was a requirement that the state engineer be an engineer, and the state or the legislature wanted to open that up so that it could be any leadership position that had the political and technical ability to lead our state infrastructure development. So anyway, in 1980, the legislature allocated 10%, and that wasn't something that was unanimously supported. There was opposition to that because other needs like education or human services or transportation objected and said, if we're going to do that, we ought to create special funds for those needs as well. Well, transportation, as you all know, has the highway fund, both at the federal level, and then I think most states have a gas tax or a fuel tax, so that goes directly into that. But anyway, there was some opposition, but it was supported by our House Majority Leader, who was at that time very powerful, and the Republicans in that time period had over a 2/3 majority, and so he convinced his caucus to support that, and then the Senate, which didn't have that majority, supported it as well, and so the Resources Trust Fund was established. It was 10% of that oil extraction tax, and at that time, we were in the midst of an oil boom, so the revenue was projected to be about $20 million per biennium, or about $10 million a year. That's what the oil extraction tax was generating at the time. And at the time, it was a 6.5% tax, not it's been reduced since to 5%. at that time, it had a bunch of triggers on it. And so if oil got to a certain price, there were some triggers and so forth. But the legislature changed it, so it's just a 5% tax. Well, then the oil boom went away, and the Resources Trust Fund, the 10% of the oil extraction tax was generating about $2 million a biennium. So it really wasn't serving the capability or the needs for water infrastructure in North Dakota. So in 1993, there was a project. North Dakota, like a lot of other states, were trying to develop manufacturing and egg processing and keeping its young people in the state to by providing jobs and economic opportunities. And there was a corn processing facility that was proposed, and it required a water supply, and the Resources Trust Fund didn't have adequate funds to provide the support to develop that water supply for that project. So the legislature, on a temporary basis, increased the allocation from the oil extraction tax to the Resources Trust Fund from 10% to 20%, and did that on a temporary basis. But then in 1995, they made that permanent. And so now the Resources Trust Fund receives 20% of the revenue from our oil extraction tax. In about that same time, I think it was actually a little before this, in 1989, the water communities, and I say communities because I was representing several water organizations, the North Dakota Water Users, whose mission is to protect, develop, and manage North Dakota's water resources. And then we have these local county water boards, and we have the irrigation folks. We have the 4-state group that I mentioned. Anyway, they proposed an initiated measure that the people voted on to make the Resources Trust Fund a constitutional fund rather than just have it be a legislative fund. Because what happened during the 1980s is that if the legislature needed money for some other need, such as education, or we were in a lawsuit with our disability institutions that we had, and we needed to provide some funding, the legislature routinely raided the Resources Trust Fund for other needs. And so even when it was generating the kind of revenue that would have been adequate to support water infrastructure, sometimes other needs were considered to be a higher priority, and so the legislature would raid that fund. So then what we did was we proposed a constitutional measure, or an initiated measure, for the people to vote on it. And I think all states have some form of initiated measures where measures can be put on the ballot to be voted on by the people, as well as referrals, where if they don't like something the legislature did, people can get signatures and have the people vote on that as well. Anyway, so we circulated petitions and got the necessary signatures, and I don't recall, but I think it was 26,000 signatures we needed to put that on the ballot to make it a constitutional trust fund, and it passed by quite a large margin. I think it was about 60-40, because the people, we heard Scott talk about One Water and all the different needs, and one thing that people recognize is that it's kind of universal. Clean water is something, and adequate supplies of water is something that we all want and need and aspire for. So anyway, that passed 60-40. So since that time, that money is set aside in that fund, and it can't be accessed for anything other than the water infrastructure projects, either water supply or flood control. So then getting back, the legislature increased the Resources Trust Fund from 10% to 20%, and that's what it's been since that time. In 2010, 2009, the Bakken oil boom with the technology for fracking skyrocketed North Dakota into, I think, for a while we were second in oil production, and I don't think we're second anymore. But the oil development in our state really became a major source of the country's oil independence, and so the Resources Trust Fund, of course, benefited from that. Our 20% of the oil extraction tax is generating, anywhere from 300 million to 500 million a biennium. And so with that funding, we are able to address some of the major water supply and flood control needs that we have. And I'll give you an example of, in the 80s when we first started this, some of the projects that we were trying to build were maybe 20 million or even up to 50 million. But we have two major projects. The Red River Valley Water Supply Project, which provides a water supply from the Missouri River to eastern North Dakota, is about a $900 million project. And then the Fargo-Moorhead Diversion Project, which is a diversion channel around the cities of Fargo and West Fargo, is almost a $3 billion project. And that one has a partnership with the federal government. The Corps of Engineers is sponsoring the project, but the federal funding is limited and not quite as robust as it was at one time. So anyway, the projects that we have on the table that we're trying to build requires the kind of funding that the Resources Trust Fund has in it. We're fortunate that back in 1980, we had some legislative champions that saw a need for creating a special fund. And one of the arguments that they made was that if we don't set aside this funding for water will never rise to the priority of other needs, and will always be short of funding for the necessary water infrastructure. And the next 10 years proved that out. Even though we had a set aside fund, the legislature rated it. And so by making it a constitutional trust fund, we were able to retain that funding and use it just for water infrastructure. So we're fortunate that we had legislative champions, legislative leaders back then that saw the need, and then that the people decided or agreed that that should be a set-aside fund, not used for other purposes. And so today we're fortunate that we have, of course, the oil development that has generated the revenues for that fund, but we also have needs that are kind of commensurate with today's costs. And so that's the situation that we have, and we do feel fortunate. As I said at the beginning, if another state was going to look at what we've done and said we should do something like that, you'd have to have some legislative champions with some sway to introduce a proposal and get that approved and signed by the governor, because otherwise it's hard to get those kinds of funds established. And but if a state did, I think there certainly could be some benefits for the water infrastructure and all the things that Scott talked about. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. But that's what North Dakota. I'm sorry I don't have a PowerPoint to put that on paper for you, but that's North Dakota's story of how we came about having a fund called the Resources Trust Fund for water infrastructure.
So Well, Senator Dwyer, can you expand a little bit on what you've accomplished with this fund as far as I've understood about some systems for rural water that handle 20 or 30 systems, and also that it does flood control, and you've handled irrigation districts and things for agriculture. It's been a wide range, right, of projects, right?
Could you repeat that? And I will turn my volume up and hopefully I can. Okay, could you repeat that? Okay, so what the legislature has done since the Bakken oil boom started and the Resources Trust Fund started generating, that kind of revenue, is they created buckets. And so the funding is divided by the legislature into these buckets, and then our Department of Water Resources will allocate the amount in that bucket for those needs. So one of the buckets is rural water systems, and that would include the individual systems that I think North Dakota has 31 individual rural water systems that serve, a handful of communities and a handful of rural areas, farms and ranches, and rural development areas. So that's one of the buckets. Another one of the buckets is municipal water supply, and that goes for water treatment plants or distribution systems in the city. But what the legislature has established as a policy is that if possible, they want communities to be part of a regional system. So we have 4 large regional systems. I'll just use the Southwest Pipeline as an example. It takes water from the Missouri River. It serves 32 cities in Southwest North Dakota, about 5,000 rural residences, farms, ranches, rural development areas, and it covers 12 counties. And so what the legislature has done is, if an individual city in that area said, we want to have our own water treatment plant, they would have to be served by the Southwest Pipeline instead. They wouldn't get the grant needed to build that water tower for their individual city, because the efficiencies and the cost savings by having this regional system, you have one staff, 2 large water treatment plants, and of course, meeting the requirements of EPA for water treatment is gotten to be more and more challenging. And so that's an example. So there's a bucket for regional water systems. A couple of the large projects, the ones that I mentioned, have their own individual allocation. So, and you could call it an earmark, I suppose. The legislature has said we're going to allocate X amount of money for those projects. And then smaller flood control projects also have their own bucket, water management, small flood control projects. So that's how the legislature has created a system for each of those areas to receive funding for the priorities that have arisen during that biennium.
Thank you, Senator Dwyer. We have no further questions.
Okay, well, good luck and hope everything goes well down there.
All right, thank you, Senator Dwyer. Those are really great things you're doing in North Dakota. Now we want to turn our attention now to the Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Plan, and why I was so interested in that project. It was amazing, some of the things that they've done up there. I've spoken with their rural water districts, and I've spoken with my counterpart there in In fact, that's what got this started, was my counterpart in North Dakota. Just some pretty interesting things that I haven't seen in other parts of the country. So we're going to kick off now with the 2025 update of the Comprehensive Water Plan. Most of you, I think, here are familiar with the 2012. It's time now to get started on the next one. We finished up our work plan this just here in the last month or so. We sent it to the Corps of Engineers. So we're working closely with Carollo Engineering and with Fries and Nichols, who are here today. John Raring, Vice President with Carollo, is going to present this along with me, and he'll be up here in just a second. I do want to introduce John. John's been with the water plan. He did our last water plan, worked with us on the GRDA project. He worked with us on some in-stream flow projects, and also done some other water plans, regional water plans in the western part of the state. And so he's been around quite a bit, knows Oklahoma water very well. So for nearly 30 years, John has worked with communities, states, and regional groups to deliver water supply and reuse projects across the Southwest United States. Oh, and I left out City of Norman. Sorry about that, Chris. But anyway, he's also has a role as on the board of directors for the Water Reuse Association. Guess we can go ahead and start our presentation. Oh, you got it up? Okay, if I would just look. All right, so following along with these last presentations on One Water and with what we saw with the North Dakota group, we just wanted to talk about now where we are with our next water plan. As we get started, we're going to be going on for the next 3 or 4 years. Just launched our website last night, kind of got some stuff up there, so we'll be updating that as we go. But all right. Where's there? Yep. Which one? There it goes. Okay, so this is the big picture part, what we're really looking at. So the overarching thing about the water plan, this one and the past one and ones in the future, we want to use the water plan to define, address, and resolve Oklahoma's water challenges over the long term. We want to forecast water needs for the next 50 years. That forecasting is that is our point of reference for the legislature. It's our point of reference for state agencies, for city planners, for universities. Everyone uses those numbers. It's an apples to apples kind of comparison. It's all looked at the same way statewide over the 82 basins that we developed in the last plan. It is required that we do this every decade. It's by statute. And as far as providing technical information and addressing policy issues, that's going to be, as funding allows, we're going to work on the technical reports and so forth. Last time in the 2012 plan, we had 18 different technical studies, so you can still download those online. And we had 10 summary reports that gave policy recommendations. And that needed a robust engagement, so with water users around the state. And that will be part of our plan this time as well. That's what makes sure that we've got our, we're hearing people, we're hearing the issues that are local and statewide and so forth. So I guess I'll bring John on now to do oh no, I'm sorry, I've still got another part. So here's our work plan, and this is the outline of it. So just logically, we've got 5 different phases. So the first phase, of course, is the plan, which is what we just finished. So this is just planning the plan, getting the work plan out there. Now we are starting this, we're in progress now of analyzing data, bringing the data in, and doing that analysis. Then we'll be developing on that, seeing what we come up with, and that's when we'll be talking to folks, trying to get some engagement, and although we'll do that throughout. And then in 2024, 25, we'll begin working on rolling this out. And then the engagement goes in between all of that. And I'll show you here that don't get intimidated by this. It's a lot to look at. We won't make you look at, we're not going to go over all of it today, but John's going to kind of pick some out and kind of discuss them one by one. But that's the engagement process. That'll be water users, regional planning groups, the tribes, and partnering with them, agencies and legislators, and the general public. All of those will be part of this throughout the plan. The first phase that we've just done, we did meet with folks from across the state, from different kinds of water sectors and so forth. So anyway, this is kind of where we are now, the current focus of analyzing and bringing all that data. And the next phase is developing. So John, I think we'll move on to you.
Great, thank you, Owen, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you about the water plan. As Owen mentioned, I'm going to spotlight 4 different areas of this workflow and give you some sense of kind of what's to come. The first one is on water supply availability, where we are going to be comparing basin by basin across the 82 different basins in the state, the water supply needs, and also how those are potentially met by available supplies and where we may anticipate some challenges. The theme of the conference and of this presentation is Water Means Business. And so this is a great example of how we put this information to use. In fact, today, there is a signing for the product from Senate Bill 1021 for the Oklahoma Hydrogen Production Task Force that's looking at the potential to locate hydrogen production facilities in the state. And that covers, of course, a wide range of things. But one of the key components of that is available water supply to help produce that hydrogen. And so one of the outputs shown here from the 2012 water supply plan, or comprehensive water plan, is surface water permit availability, shown again basin by basin across the state. Darker colors indicate higher availability. You see also there's that pink area up in the northeast part. That's the GRDA responsible area where they have jurisdiction for surface water permitting. That was colored pink in the 2012 because we didn't analyze that, because they do their own or are responsible for their own administration of surface water. We're going to change that this time around. In the 2025 plan, we'll integrate them and the great work they've been doing for water supply planning. But this shows an example of how we can use this information that's produced from the water plan to show availability for supporting large industries that may come to Oklahoma in the future. Second spotlight I want to point out is supply resilience. What do we mean by resilience? It's kind of a catchword, a buzzword. When it comes to water supply, we want reliability and sustainability in our water systems. And there are all kinds of different threats out there for water supply systems. And so we're going to do a regional assessment of threats and solutions. Those 82 basins are grouped into 13 different planning regions. If you go back and look at the 2012 plan, there are 13 different watershed regional planning reports. So region by region, we're going to assess those supply vulnerabilities. And there's a wide range of those. The icons shown there show some examples. For example, wildfire can impact municipal and industrial water supply very severely. Flooding can also impact water infrastructure. Drought, of course, is an ongoing concern for us. And other things like power outages and other threats can affect our ability to reliably meet water demands and water needs. And so we're going to assess in a matrix format each of those different supply vulnerabilities for each of the 13 different planning regions that you see in the columns across the top. And those small little circles, those are numbered 1 through 4 for the relative severity or potential that threat could impact reliable water supply. And in some areas, it might be not applicable. But we will be looking at that because there are regional differences, depending on where you're at in the state, as to what degree these different threats, one by one, might affect your ability to reliably meet a water need. Now, there's also the America's Water Infrastructure Act. That was from 2018, AWIA. Those of you who are in the public water supply business are familiar with that because everyone with systems over 3,000 people had to submit some documentation for that before the end of this year. And that's an ongoing requirement, but it dovetails very nicely with this assessment of supply vulnerabilities. And not just that, but also solutions. What can we do to help make systems more robust against these different threats so we can have higher confidence and higher reliability in our water supply systems? And so when we boil all that down together, we can think about how we're going to use regional data to assess those vulnerabilities. Again, it'll vary from one place to another, and we're going to understand and then develop solutions for those region-specific vulnerabilities. And then we're also going to help support AWIA compliance. There are some minimum requirements, but also some opportunities to kind of mesh with that process and actually build resilience into systems by essentially springboarding from that AWIA through this kind of process, and we'll be providing information and solutions that can help with that. And then this also might feed into a list or database of local projects for potential new financial programs, and I'll touch on that in a moment. A third spotlight I want to talk about is water policy. Owen mentioned that in the 2012 plan, there were a number of different policy areas that were highlighted, and we're going to build on that. But we're already listening and acting on policy issues that have come to our attention. Owen mentioned that we've got a very robust engagement process that's already been initiated as part of that the plan part, where we plan the work, and now we're moving forward to where we work the plan. But the number of different things have already come to our attention as priorities for different water users and water interests across the state. One of those is regional planning. There already have been some self-formed regional planning groups across the state that have really taken things and kind of bridged the gap between local level planning and the statewide planning that we're doing as part of the OCWP. There's an interest in institutionalizing that regional planning and having it become more of an integral part in the state water planning process. And so we hear that and are now thinking through kind of how to integrate that process. In-stream flow management is a second area that was highlighted in the 2012 plan. We again heard the importance of that, and so we will continue that dialogue and figuring out how best to address in-stream flow needs across the state. A third area that we heard from water users already in this upfront engagement portion while we were planning the plan is water reuse. This can range from non-potable reuse all the way up to potable reuse and industrial reuse opportunities as well. And a lot of good things have happened since the 2012 plan. The Water Board, DEQ, other agencies have worked together with water users to develop regulations for indirect potable reuse, and we see a lot of opportunities for that. In fact, we're going to hear about some of those opportunities tomorrow, both on the national scale from the Water Reuse Association and from EPA, and also on the local scale from Bartlesville and Norman. We've also heard that it's important to protect reservoir yields. There's a number of good things going on through studies that are being led by the Bureau of Reclamation and supported by the Water Resources Board. And so we'll be taking a look at those results and sorting out how to integrate those into long-term planning. And then other things that are kind of ongoing efforts, workforce development is a continual concern. We once again heard the importance of that and the need for that. The number of partner agencies we can work with to better prepare Oklahoma to have the solid workforce that we need for our water systems. Source water protection, a similar vein. And the third one is infrastructure needs, and we've heard this loud and clear that there are a lot of needs, whether that's for regulatory compliance, aging infrastructure, growth, all different drivers for infrastructure needs. And so that is then the fourth spotlight that I'll cover here this morning. Perhaps. Are you able to advance the slide? Okay, spotlight D is on infrastructure. And so this fits more into, as the previous two did, into that third phase, developing the plan. So kind of a forecast of what's to come. We want to support water infrastructure needs across the state. Starting with the public water supply survey, so that's in development now, and we'll be rolling that out in the coming months, looking for information about exactly what those needs are at the local level, and using those to help develop a database of infrastructure needs for water systems. Part of the analysis too, when we look at those water supply needs versus the available supplies, we're going to be identifying shortages or gaps that we can forecast now on through decades out to 50 years from now, and identifying some focus basins where we may identify some additional infrastructure projects to satisfy those or avoid those shortages or gaps. And all of this will feed then into a database of local projects and programs. And an example of this that we can borrow from other states, the North Dakota, certainly you heard, has a very robust program for this. Texas has a program as well where they inventory these infrastructure needs. And so showing an example here from the Texas Water Plan, there is a list and a database that can be developed and has been in Texas and other states. in this case showing from Texas's Region D, a list of projects that are available now online, and they're summarized at the state level, at the region level, but you can also drill into those kind of project by project. Here's an example where it shows not just what the project is, but more details about it, where its location is, and so forth. In this case, there were some wells that were proposed in Region D. And so we'll be using this database and the information and that need that we can then better characterize at the local level, but summarized up to the regional and the state level to help support the need for potential legislation that might fund and help finance additional water programs and projects in the state. This might also include things like flood planning needs, and we're going to be integrating the state flood plan that you heard a little bit about into the water plan because there are some necessary interactions, and infrastructure is one of those areas. With that, I'll conclude and turn it back to Owen.
All right, thank you, John. So just briefly, that was a big flow chart, a lot to look at. So I didn't even go into the state flood plan that's also going to be integrated with this. I just wanted one quick slide about that. I think we're going to be starting on that here soon as well. But the goal of that is just broad. We're inventorying the flood infrastructure that existing right now on a watershed basis, looking at proposed projects that are out there, and trying to prioritize those, and then looking at completed projects and seeing how those work both in our state and maybe do some reviews on outside of the state as well, and analyze and develop those into special flood hazard areas, which I think we're going to have a couple of presentations on some of that here coming up, so I may get into some of that then. And then at the end, submit legislative recommendations on how to facilitate flood control planning, because it has definitely become a spotlight in the last few years with what things going on around the state. So just get involved. Over the next few years, you're going to be hearing some things. We'll be sending out updates as activities happen and things change in the plan. We have a subscription. You can go to our website and subscribe to lots of different mailing lists on not only the water plan, but everything we do at the water board. So go there and check it out and get signed up, and we hope you'll get involved. All right, I think that's it. Yeah.
Questions or anything?
No. Okay, so so next up, we will continue with our theme of One Water. We have heard that we've been hearing about today and turn our attention to flood planning. Some of you will recall one of the few pieces of legislation considered during the 2020 session due to COVID-19 was Senate Bill 1269 by Senator Rader and Representative Sims. This legislation directed the OWRB to construct the first ever Oklahoma Comprehensive Flood Plan and established a fund to receive monies for comprehensive planning and with state and with our federal partners. I am pleased to introduce Ms. Sarah Edwards. She's a senior associate with the Pew Charitable Trust Flood Prepared Communities team. Her work includes researching state and local policy to reduce flood risks and informing resilience strategies across the country. Sarah established and manages Pew's State Resilience Planning Group, a network of state officials tasked with the development and implementation of plans to reduce impacts of flooding and other climatic risks. And we do have regular meetings she puts on with a lot of people online from all over the country. They're very interactive. It's a neat program she's got going on. So with that, welcome, Sarah. I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, and let's see. Are you able to see my screen? All right. All right, all good? Thanks. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for having me here. I'm grateful to be joining you all today. My name is Sarah Edwards. Like Owen mentioned, I'm a senior associate with the Flood Prepared Communities Initiative at the Pew Charitable Trusts. So quick background on Pew. We are an international nonprofit dedicated to a simple mission that is improving public policy through evidence-based practices. This includes a really wide range of projects like pensions reform and criminal justice issues, student loan programs, and then environmentally focused areas like fishery management and land conservation. So I work with the Flood Prepared Communities team. And the Flood Prepared Communities team, we're driven by the directive to reduce the impact of flood-related disasters on the taxpayer and the environment through state and federal policy. And I'll emphasize that we focus on flooding specifically for a couple of reasons. First, it's the most common and costly disaster. It affects all 50 states and territories. And when it comes to preparedness, many policies are really outdated, often looking in the rearview mirror, relying on historic data when we know that the future landscape of flood risk is changing and the vulnerabilities and costs are increasing. So our team is dedicated to using research and evidence-based policies to drive action that can better prepare communities and save taxpayer resources and enhance the role and the value of nature in the process. So we do this in a myriad of ways, but the easiest way to break it down is into these categories. We have a team dedicated to federal policy as well as our state team. And then underpinning all of that is our portfolio of research. So looking at the federal level, our priorities include increasing resources in pre-disaster preparedness, ensuring infrastructure investments are built to withstand future storms, and also removing perverse incentives in the flood insurance program that can encourage new development in risky areas, putting people and property at risk. At the state level, we think about levers both legislatively and executively to encourage investments in preparedness and set up those governance structures that lend themselves to comprehensive planning. That is, understanding risk across sectors, everything from transportation, environment, housing, economic development, and across levels of government, all the way from neighborhood level, regional or county level, and at the statewide perspective. And then making sure that investments align with long-term visions that the state can set out while providing that full range of benefits in those sectors: transportation reliability, ecosystem habitats, economic opportunities, right? Really taking a big, broad look at resilience policy. And then our research looks at state, local, federal policies and assess effectiveness, identify opportunities to replicate, scale, and improve those policies. And this research looks like everything from public opinion studies, case studies, consensus-based reports, and more. We really have quite a variety of work that we do in the research field. But the research informs the policy, and then the policy landscape informs our research. It's all very iterative and evolving. Another way to think about our work is this all-of-government approach, where we look at drivers at each level of government that can steer action towards the needs of communities. So thinking about federal resources and ensuring that states are then prepared for new federal programs or mandates, and then ultimately thinking about how that results in shovels in the ground at the local level, right? I mean, at the end of the day, risk and resilience and preparedness, it's all felt locally. So we're thinking about that final link in the chain as well. All right, so focusing on the state level, which is what brings me here today, we know that more resources are needed. As a nation, we have historically underinvested in pre-disaster mitigation, instead focusing the lion's share of resources on repairs and recovery after disaster. And the federal government has given signs that it's not willing to bear the brunt of this cost alone. Even with major investments in programs like BRIC with FEMA and the latest infrastructure bill, there's still increasing pressure on states to put funding and capability and resources on the table to help address this preparedness gap. And I think this is an area of great opportunity. States are well positioned as a central point between small localities where flooding likely exceeds the capacity and the jurisdictional boundaries, right? We know that flooding does not care about political boundaries. And frankly, the federal government is a little too far removed to understand local or regional nuances. So states are a critical point between local needs and those federal resources. And they're capable of working on large scale projects, take on kind of that regional perspective that's still tailored to local priorities. So we see this as an opportunity at the state level for really proactive leadership. And even more excitingly, we are already seeing some recent steps. We're seeing an array of funding and financing mechanisms that are deployed through state legislatures to address the needs for flood preparedness. Virginia recently joined RGGI and is using almost half of the proceeds for community flood preparedness projects and planning. Other states are using storm water fees or rainy day funds to make investments that reduce risks. And floodplains by design out of Washington State is really a testament of the possibilities with public-private partnerships. And I'll note that I heard Senator Dwyer earlier mention, oil extraction fees and kind of the possibilities of water infrastructure investments in North Dakota. But with these big investments, there's also a need for and great appetite for a larger strategic vision that can bring together various projects toward a shared goal. And also thinking about what other regulatory approaches could be necessary in addition to the funding. For example, in addition to investments that can undo flood-prone development decisions from the past, how can we also make sure that those development decisions don't happen again in 10 or 15 years? Or thinking about opportunities to make sure that investments from the Transportation Department also align with floodplain restoration work with Department of Natural Resources or the environment. And integrating resilience into capital improvement projects more broadly. How can we increase coordination across state agencies and local governments and expand our planning horizons to account for changing conditions and protect our community investments in the process? So with that goal of coordination and larger strategic planning, I will note that many states are developing these comprehensive resilience plans that help guide and inform investments in a way that can better protect community assets against tomorrow's flood threats. So this is just a sampling of how states are taking a more proactive and more comprehensive approach to resilience. Washington State, through the Climate Commitment Act, it was a large mitigation bill, but also included provisions for the state to develop and implement a statewide resilience plan. West Virginia legislature revitalized the State Resiliency Office, and they are undergoing the development of an update to the state's flood protection plan, which requires working across state agencies and sectors of government and being really creative with meeting the needs of local governments. South Carolina, just recently in 2020, authorized a flood mitigation fund and established the Office of Resilience as a centralized office to coordinate and plan for the state to better prepare and respond to flood events. I will definitely note, though, that each state is doing it a little differently. The resilience plans are led from different places in the government, and they have slightly different levers of control and different priorities that they're focusing on. But the common thread is that there's a centralized entity that's taking a landscape view of state activities, understanding local concerns, coordinating with federal resources, and generally just getting folks swimming in the same direction. And as many of these states embark on this new era of long-range planning and investing in resilience, Pew offers the State Resilience Planning Group as a form of support, and Owen mentioned this. It's a network of state officials that are all tasked with developing and implementing comprehensive plans to reduce risks to future flooding and other disasters. So we bring folks together through regular convenings, and we focus on topics of shared interest, inviting experts to engage and discuss and curate resources that could be useful. And we do also work with states individually to help address specific obstacles or develop new policies that can further the priorities in that state, such as standards accounting for changing risk or programs that deploy nature-based solutions or establishing local technical assistance programs to help communities engage in their own resilience planning process. So as we work with the State Resilience Planning Group and with these different states, these are the 5 areas we focus on. These are the principles that we have identified to represent good public policy when it comes to flood planning. First, leading with science. Investments and economic development decisions and general priorities should be based on a foundation of good data that depicts current and future risks. And more specifically, understanding that the data is not static and scenarios change based on a multitude of factors. So having an adaptive understanding of risk can be a challenge, but it's really effective for the work and for advancing resilience. Second, thinking comprehensively. Instead of looking at a transportation plan in isolation, how should that transportation plan relate to hazard mitigation plan or the state's water plan? And does that align with a particular community's economic goals? What about affordable housing into that mix? And then thinking about what the levers are and the conversations that should happen to better integrate the many aspects of civil society with our understanding of risks and what we need to do to prepare. Third, addressing inequities. We know that disasters impact populations differently and have disparate impacts on marginalized and socially vulnerable communities. To better account for this social harm, we need to engage with the voices who are often not part of the conversation, not the squeaky wheels that we might usually hear from. And this means planning with the community to make sure that we account for the drivers of risk, the barriers to resources that are necessary, and focus on not just surviving, but thriving. Fourth, I can't emphasize this enough, the value of pre-disaster investments can save exponentially in the aftermath of a flood or other disaster event. And this is not just the resilient specific projects, but taking community investments and accounting for future risk from the early project design stages. Otherwise, we have to pay for repairs or rebuild the asset after a flood event, which just costs more and wastes more valuable resources. So cutting that off earlier in the process by integrating resilience can save later. Lastly, last of these 5, let's put nature to work. By avoiding gray infrastructure where feasible and focusing on the opportunities of green and blue infrastructure, we can take advantage of nature's natural adaptive capacity and the many co-benefits as well, such as improved air, water quality, and the recreational or aesthetic value, not to mention the economies that can be built with healthy ecosystems. So now I'm going to switch gears just a little bit, and I'm going to talk about our forthcoming research. This research will be the first product of the State Resilience Partnership. As a parallel to the State Resilience Planning Group, which is comprised of state resilience officials, the partnership is a network of NGOs and academic experts dedicated to developing research and providing resources to state officials. In many ways, it's in service of the State Resilience Planning Group, but they operate on parallel paths. So this particular report that I'm going to tease will be the first in a series of research products by the partnership. Just a quick slide noting that this is the array of partners that participate in the partnership, just to emphasize that each group comes at this from a slightly different angle, right? We have everybody from architects to William & Mary Law School, my alma mater, bringing in a legal and policy analysis to this. We have engineers and GIS experts participating from the modeling and risk assessment perspective. A lot of different angles to flood resilience in this partnership. So the particular research product that I want to focus on was conducted with the Urban Institute and American Flood Coalition with feedback from other members of the partnership as well. But we did 2 things. First, we took a landscape view of state resilience plans across all states and US territories and documented the elements of those plans. We also took a deep dive into 5 states. We selected 5 states to represent a variety of flood risk conditions, political leanings, local state authorities, and looked at how the plans were received by state officials and stakeholders, and what the enabling conditions were for the plan development, and how the state is approaching flood risk more generally. I'll walk through a few of these findings, but caveat that these are still preliminary and we're still finalizing the report. So this is just an early look. But first of the findings, I'm sure it's likely no surprise that many states rely on state hazard mitigation plans as their primary flood risk assessment and preparedness plan. We also accounted for climate plans, a lot of water plans that included flooding within their portfolio. But a big chunk of the plans that we looked at were hazard mitigation plans. But I should note that what we found is that FEMA's methods for assessing risk may not necessarily cover all forms of risk, like dam spillways, for example. And traditionally, we know that FEMA, the sources of data rely on historical events and may generally be outdated. Some states are going above and beyond from those FEMA methodologies to install stream gauges and conduct detailed LIDAR and use data to project future inundation zones. But a lot of that's being done outside of the state hazard mitigation plans. But it's interesting because we know that every state develops its hazard mitigation plan, and most rely on the FEMA methodology for risk assessment, primarily to unlock federal funding, which tells us how influential that federal incentive is, but also the lack of incentive to advance risk assessment methodology beyond that. And relatedly, most states identified hazard mitigation grants from FEMA as the primary source of funding for flood mitigation activity, which may mean that there's a lot of opportunity to identify additional sources of funding, everything from private investment capital to state capital improvement budgets or new sources of revenue that I mentioned earlier, special financing mechanisms. There are a lot of options out there. As indicated earlier, we have seen that influx of states set up their sources of dedicated funding to meet federal matches or to provide funding for projects that may not otherwise be eligible for federal funding. So next, among the findings, I'll note that there was a need for clear political backing of the planning effort to ensure its effectiveness and its durability. So I'm sure generally plans themselves are uninspiring. A lot can end up sitting on a shelf that don't result in much. So the distinction between a piece of paper on the shelf and an implementable vision with political backing, that is the difference, right? You know, having a governor or legislature or agency officials that are committed to seeing that implementation forward. So it translates to funding from the legislature, engagement with various agencies and programs, and then, like I said, the gubernatorial attention and the commitments can help see that plan through. And ultimately, because risk and resilience are fundamentally local issues, capacity and expertise in communities to make decisions and invest in their future is truly critical. Which segues into my last point, the meaningful incorporation of social vulnerability. We know that floods impact populations differently, and the ability to cope with and recover from flood events is not always equitable. So the survey across our plans, from states and territories, showed that only 39% of plans included specific strategies to assist low resource communities. The research also looked for components of plans like meaningful outreach and engagement with the public and technical assistance programs to access funding opportunities, conduct downscaled risk assessments, and develop localized plans and priorities specific to that neighborhood or that region. So again, great opportunity for states to empower communities to better understand their risk, plan for a future that can better prepare the local economy and housing and culture and livelihoods. So prepare that community for future risks and access resources to get there. And lastly, I'll say that this research, underpinning all of this research, is a growing number of states, including Oklahoma. I'm really inspired by the presentation that Owen gave about the water the water plan update and integrating the flood resiliency plan. So a growing number of states, including Oklahoma, to be proactive and comprehensive, looking at water and future flooding conditions. So the bigger picture that underpins these findings is that we're on the cusp of a turning points within states. In the states that we took a deep dive into, the researchers repeatedly heard about new legislation in the works or updates to plans with new methods for risk assessment. So I bulleted out a few key ideas that I see on the horizon. Like I said, a greater number of states taking proactive and comprehensive approaches, more advanced and nuanced understandings of risk, increased attention to social vulnerability, asking the hard questions about how do we reach the voices and the communities and the leaders that aren't always at the table when it comes to this planning process. And then larger investments in pre-disaster preparedness. What resources can we put on the table now to reduce the costs in the event of a disaster? So I'll leave you all with that optimistic note, and I'll turn it back over to Owen. But thank you again for lending your time. Great to be here.
Okay, Sarah, we do have one question here, so I'll go ahead and read that to you. Regarding planning inclusively with communities, are you aware of frameworks for resiliency development that effectively address the needs of renters who are at risk of being flooded?
Interesting question. So a framework that gets to renters specifically. I'd have to do a little digging to find something specific to renters, but I will say that, I don't think that the needs of renters are necessarily distinct and separate from the needs of the community as a whole. So it goes back to that public engagement piece that I mentioned and the need to plan with the community and not on behalf of the community, but doing that outreach and engagement to hear about priorities and local concerns. And, a piece of that is maybe specific concerns from a renter, but it's also, the road that floods or the bridge that's washed out. So, taking that look at the community as a whole, understanding the risk profile, the risk tolerance, and the priorities for investment, I think would help to get at that. And there are a number of states that are doing that really well with local engagement programs to that effect. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, I think it does. The second question that we have, has the deteriorating dams issue been addressed by Pew?
That is not an issue that Pew has taken on specifically, but again, I think it goes back to that comprehensive planning and that it's a key concern as a part of flood preparedness more broadly, right? So how can we situate the state to understand the needs for dam safety as well as other, river-based flood concerns, and protect the communities and the assets that surround that region and in that watershed, right? So what is the structure that's in place that puts the data in the hands of the right person and doesn't just look at the dams in silos, but thinks about the watershed more comprehensively. What is the general condition of the watershed, and what investments can be made to ensure that we don't get to a place where infrastructure is falling apart and enhancing the risk of the community.
Okay, Sarah, if we have any further questions, we'll be glad to email those to you for answers. Thank you for the presentation, and we'll let you go now.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. We look forward to continuing our involvement in your state resiliency planning group, which, like I said, that is really a well-attended statewide or nationwide webinar kind of thing that they have, discussion group, and it's had a lot of interesting results and conversations have come because of that. I just quickly want to say that, this, you're hearing, I think, a lot of themes of the same thing of collaboration, the one water theme, of course, and how water affects all our lives from so many directions, but also the fact that there's a lot of great ideas, and you're going to hear a lot more of those here this afternoon and tomorrow, of some great ideas, ways to go about meeting these challenges that we have coming up. And I think it's an exciting time to be in water. I'm looking forward to our water plan. So, okay, so finally, I am pleased to welcome one of our great federal partners, Mr. Charlie Cook, Floodplain Management and Insurance Branch Chief for FEMA Region 6. Charlie's team is responsible for working directly with communities to build flood resiliency. He is a former community planning capacity building coordinator for Region 6 National Disaster Recovery Framework and individual assistance program employee working directly with disaster survivors in their greatest time of need. Charlie was awarded the Department of Homeland Security Secretary's Award in 2013 and the FEMA Administrator's Award in 2018. So thank you. Welcome, Charlie.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. What an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Water Resources Board inviting me. Johannes, thank you. Great to see you, and thank you for the invite. We're going to hit some stuff. Hopefully Sarah stays on for a few more minutes. I think she's going to be interested in the first parts of what I get into. As Owen said, I'm Charlie Cook, Floodplain Management Branch Chief. I work out of Region 6, which is in Denton, just down the road. And I'm going to hit on some things that are floodplain management specific, but then also some larger issues that are coming out from the federal government. There are a lot of changes and a lot of big pieces coming out of the federal government right now, and it's going to change the way we operate, not only federally, state and local. So I'm going to try to hit the top of the waves on all of these to give you enough that you can research a little more. Starting, where I live, floodplain management. Floodplain management saves $2.4 billion a year. And we've researched this. This is stuff we've studied, we looked into it. That's $100 billion over the last 40 years. Homes that are built at the minimum regulations, they sustain 65% less damage than homes that are not. You can see it easily when you look at a flooding event. There's a lot of times you can see homes that are built in 1960 right next to homes built in 1980. So we have millions of inspections we can look to gather some of this information. So I want to draw your attention to the picture on the board. It's pretty standard, right? This is a floodplain management SFHA map. So in the blue, you can see where the special flood hazard area is. That's the higher risk. And then right next to it, you have a neighborhood. Either one of two things. Either that neighborhood very cleanly moved into where the special flood hazard area wasn't, or they moved the special flood hazard area out of the way as they moved in. I'm guessing that that special flood hazard area was moved. Do you think that the people that live there know that that used to be a special flood hazard area? Do you think they have flood insurance? Okay, because one of the key reasons you would do something like this, you'd move that special flood hazard area out, so you don't have the requirement any longer. You don't have to buy flood insurance. Okay, I get that. But is that in their best interest? All these people in this neighborhood, what about neighborhoods maybe a little bit south of this? Do they know that this water was moved, right? Did they put fill in to move these homes up a little bit and move that water a little bit? What happens when you continually do that? Where does that water go? Hey, look at that. we can find out, right? This slide says, is this success? It's just sort of thought-provoking, right? You probably look at it in a couple of different ways. Those homes don't look flooded at the moment. Maybe they're built up on fill and those homes moved up a little bit, just enough so they're not flooded. But what if you needed an ambulance to get in there? What if there's a fire? What if you needed to bring someone in or someone out? What if someone had some life emergency that they needed help? Okay, this looks very similar to that last slide. My guess is that these homes are not technically in the special flood hazard area. They're not required to buy flood insurance. And yet, here we are, right? So this is the part where, Sarah, if you're on, this might be of interest to you. You probably, in your neighborhoods where you live, you probably find issues similar to that. Like, that's an issue that bothers me, right? I see that regularly. Maybe not so much in Oklahoma, but I see it. I see fill brought in. I see it push water around. It causes flooding in other places. What are the issues that you see at your house, in your neighborhood, in your cities that are, man, why did we permit that? Why did the permitting office permit that? And probably because it's legal. You can permit these things, right? And you have to meet minimum FEMA regulations, which is another way of saying this is the worst possible way you can build a house legally, right? You just have to meet those minimum regs. So as you're thinking about that, what are those things that you feel like maybe shouldn't be permitted? Now is your chance. This is a huge, huge opportunity, literally once in a lifetime. FEMA is opening up the federal regulations of floodplain management. So if you open 44 Code of Federal Regulations 60.3, this is what all the local ordinances adopt. This is what every permitting office in the country uses as their at least baseline if they're not going to do higher standards. That's now open. That's up for grabs. You can comment on that, and I hope you do. I hope the Water Resources Board comments. I hope that Sarah and the Pew Trust comments. I hope that you, whatever, even just as a citizen, you can comment. So you can see the docket number on there. And again, these are regulations that started in 1968. We've been operating on the same regulations for 50 years. Okay, this is literally once in a lifetime. And we'll be reading all the comments. We're going to spend the next 3 to 4 years adjudicating, and then we're going to get new regulations. It's going to change a lot of people's lives. So huge, big deal. The next one, Risk Rating 2.0. We've been using the same risk rating engine for our flood insurance premiums, again, basically since 1968. That's now changing. Our engineers with the sharper pencils are coming out, and they're realizing that just having a line on a map that says you're in or you're out, and therefore your flood insurance rates reflect in or out premiums, it's not really a 2021 product, right? That's a pretty old product. So now we're creating a system where each home can and does and will have an individual risk profile, which is going to influence that risk rating that they're going to get for their flood insurance. So you will see a rating that reflects your specific risk on your specific home. It's a big deal. It's giving communication to the homeowner on what your risk is and what the issues are. So again, huge change, big change. When you get your premiums, and I know some of you have flood insurance because I've talked to you before the committee started, you're going to get your premiums, and you can see right here, it'll say what your annual payment is, and that's on the bottom. On this one, it's $1,016. Okay, so that's what you owe this year. If you move up, though, it says your full risk premium. So this is going to be the first time that people are going to see that. They're going to see, oh, I'm paying $1,016 today, but when my full risk rate comes into effect, I'm going to be paying $1,200, maybe $2,000, whatever that full risk rate is going to be. So they're going to be able to incorporate risk thoughts into their house today. And keep in mind that rates are only going to go up at a maximum of 18% a year, for the most part, unless you're a business or you have a secondary home, things like that. But at a maximum, 18% a year. So if your rate goes from 1,000 to 2,000, it's going to take a few years to get there. But this will tell you what that rate is going to be when it does get there. And so what are the ways that, let's say you have a rate that's a little high and you say, oh, my risk is high. I need to reduce my risk. I want to reduce my rates. And then they're one and the same now, which is a new thing, right? Mitigation, right? As we all know, mitigate your house, elevate it, put vents in. There's a number of things that you can do. And this brings us to the Community Rating System program. And the Community Rating System program is excellent. What it does is it allows communities to take higher standards. Instead of doing the minimum, the absolute minimum that the NFIP requires, we're going to do higher standards. We're going to do better. We're going to adopt a foot of freeboard. We're going to incorporate open space into what we do. As a community, if you do that, you can get reductions in the premiums for all of the NFIP policyholders in your area. Okay, so in some cases, this is a big deal. Oklahoma has 404 participating communities in the NFIP, 12 of which participate in the CRS, Community Rating System. And here's those 12. City of Tulsa right now, and the ratings go backwards. So a rating of 10 is not in the program, okay? And then it goes 9, 8, 7, 6, all the way down to a 1. So a rating of 2 that Tulsa sits at right now is excellent, impressive. The discount that those premium holders, those policy holders in the SFHA receive is 40% off their premium. So you take that $1,000 and knock 40% off. It's a big deal. Tulsa is about to go to a 1, okay? That's going to happen April 1st. They're going to be only the second community in the nation to ever reach a 1. It's a huge deal. All the way up and down FEMA, everyone is sending me emails all the time. Hey, are you going to go out to Tulsa? Like, what are we going to do? We need to do something special for Tulsa. And agreed, it's excellent. So they're going to go from 40% to 45%. They're going to have 45% discounts within that community. And under risk rating 2.0, it's no longer in the SFHA, it's the whole community. It's almost half off flood insurance premiums for Tulsa, and well-deserved, right? They've done a lot of work. Just doing a literature study of the 1970s and 80s, you can see so many of just flooding events, right? And you can see people standing up and saying, we need a moratorium on building, we need to stop this. And Tulsa took what, as far as I can see, a 40, 50-year campaign to affect change and to get to the point where they're at a class 1. Someone told me as we were starting that Tulsa did not flood, that homes inside Tulsa did not flood in 2019. I haven't seen that specifically, but I don't doubt it. And the work they've done is just truly incredible. Really impressed with Tulsa's work. So now let's get into the big ticket items in terms of FEMA and the federal government. So mitigation funding, let's see, for COVID, COVID was a declared disaster, and so 15% of that money is going to go into mitigation, and there's a lot of back and forth whether that was going to happen or not. It's happening. Almost $3.5 billion going into HMGP from COVID. There's going to be $1.16 billion in competitive grants for BRIC, and that's on the streets today. And then $6.8 billion in the infrastructure package, and I'll talk a little bit about what that's going to look like. Dam safety, $733 million from the new infrastructure bill, $1 billion in cybersecurity. And then BRIC, as Sarah was talking about earlier, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. So they have $1 billion this year for funding, and that's nationwide, it's competitive. The infrastructure bill put another $1 billion over 5 years into that program, so it's just beefing that program up. One of the things that a lot of people have talked about up here is social vulnerability, a little bit of climate change, and you're going to see from the federal government that we're going to be focusing more on that. So like the notice of funding opportunity coming out for BRIC is going to talk about underserved communities, socially vulnerable communities, and getting more points towards those fundings if you are representing an underserved community. The STORM Act. The STORM Act came out a while ago, and that's safeguarding tomorrow through ongoing risk mitigation. Essentially, that's revolving loans. So that was approved a few years ago, but the infrastructure bill finally funded it. So it existed before, it had no funding. Now it has funding, $500 million. And I think this comes on the next slide, but I'm going to, whoops. So FMA. So FMA has $3.5 billion in money coming towards it over the next 5 years. FMA, what I want you to think about is it's flood mitigation assistance. FMA is built to reduce the risk to the NFIP. Okay, so what that means is the people that are eligible for FMA have to have flood insurance, okay? Oklahoma has about 11,000 flood insurance policies statewide today. Nationally, there's about 5 million flood insurance policies. Okay, so we have some work to do in Oklahoma, right? We should have more flood insurance in Oklahoma. But it doesn't say when you have to have flood insurance. So if you have areas of interest, the areas that flood repeatedly that are huge problems, see if you can get them to get flood insurance. You got $3.5 billion coming down through the states over the next 5 years. Maybe we can get some people to get flood insurance, get eligible for FMA, and do some real work there. That's a tremendous amount of money that's coming down. And this just talks about how you can get a reduced cost share. 100%, if it's a severe rep loss property, 100% federal funding That's excellent. So it would probably be worth looking for where our severe rep loss properties are and getting 100% funding and seeing what we can do. And one of the topics that was brought up a couple of times is equity. You're going to see this from FEMA quite a bit. So the National Advisory Council came out in 2020, and this was requested from the previous administration. So it shows to me that this crosses administration. This is not a partisan issue. And this was written by our neighbor to the south. Chief Kidd with TDEM, Texas Department of Emergency Management, chaired it when this came out. And a huge finding of the National Advisory Council, which is a council to FEMA, was you need to take equity into account when you're doing disaster recovery. You need to look for the impoverished folks. One of the questions was about renters. What do we do for renters? That's a worthy question. That's a great question. What do we do for whole neighborhoods that don't have flood insurance? They're impoverished. They don't have money. They flood repeatedly, and yet they don't have cost match to get the flood. They can't get FMA because they don't have flood insurance. They can't get HMGP because they can't come up with the 25% cost match. What are the solutions for those, right? When we plan, how do we plan for those neighborhoods that many times get flooded worse, and perhaps, and we've seen it, they get less money after disasters because they can't come up with the cost match. They don't have representation. They don't have a seat at the table to request these things and make it known that they need help. Oops, I'm going backwards there. So two things that I see. I've been with FEMA for 17 years. The two huge changes for us, climate change and equity. Okay, historically, FEMA has said, we don't care how much money you make, essentially. What we care about is, were you impacted by a disaster? We're here to help people impacted by a disaster. Okay, now FEMA, and from the top down, is looking at equity. And I can't tell you what that means because these are sort of new executive orders that have come out. So climate change executive orders, there's two of them. FEMA now also has to look at future conditions. That's new for FEMA as well. In general, we looked at the past. Where did we flood before? Where are we damaged? What disasters did we have? What do we need to do to fix that? Now, where are we going to flood tomorrow, right? And what does that mean for us to look at future conditions? Maybe our mapping changes. There's a million ways you could look at that, and we're looking at it. So I can't tell you how it looks, but I can tell you we're doing a lot of work on it. That picture that you see on your screen is pretty interesting. That's those are the fires in California, putting smoke into the air. Goes all the way up north, all the way across the United States, at the same time as you've got a few hurricanes floating in there. So climate change. And then, so what we were doing is we've got an adaptation enterprise steering group and a stakeholder engagement process. So you will see things come out about climate change and equity. We're working on it. We're asking questions to people like, how do we incorporate this into our work? So I think over the next 5 years, you're going to see changes within FEMA on both of those fronts. And with that, again, I want to thank the Water Resources Board for inviting me. What an honor. It's been great to be here and to listen to all the wonderful speakers. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that. You know, every one of these talked about working on from multiple directions. You know, smart planning, it solves our problems while it also saves us money. And I think that's a neat message that I got right out of that. So now let's take a quick break for lunch, and we'll meet back here at 12:30 for a discussion on the drivers of weather extremes and assessment analytics. Be sure to spend some time exploring the sponsor links that we have online, poster presentations, and expanded presenter bios on gwc.live. All right, thank you all.
think there's lunch for everyone. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to let you guys know that we do have box lunches for
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the 2021 Oklahoma Governor's Water Conference and Research Symposium. My name is Kevin Wagner, and I serve as the director of the Oklahoma Water Resources Center at Oklahoma State University. And it's my pleasure this afternoon to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jeff Basara. Dr. Basara is the Executive Associate Director of the Hydrology and Water Security Program at the University of Oklahoma. He also serves as an associate professor at OU with the joint appointment between the School of Meteorology and the School of Civil Engineering and Environmental Science. His research is focused on the integration of our understanding across weather, climate, water, and ecosystems, with specific foci on processes that drive environmental extremes and associated impacts. He is a Kavli Fellow of the United States National Academy of Sciences and has received multiple research awards, including the prestigious Research, Education, and Economics Undersecretary's Award in 2019 from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Welcome, Jeff. Glad to have you with us today.
Thank you. It's truly a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to serve the state of Oklahoma. As Kevin mentioned, I have a number of different hats that I wear at the University of Oklahoma. A little bit about my background that isn't included there is that for about 11 years, I also worked at the Oklahoma Climatological Survey, a state agency here located on the campus of the University of Oklahoma. And our mission at the Oklahoma Climatological Survey is to serve the citizens of the state of Oklahoma regarding weather and climate. And so this has kind of been really an important aspect of the work that I do at the University of Oklahoma. And it's an honor, again, to visit with you all and talk about this real important issue of weather and climate extremes in the state of Oklahoma. And what does that do in terms of impacts on water availability? Now, I don't know if it's the easiest thing to basically start a presentation right after lunch. I'm not sure if it's best to go before or after, but please do not stop if you are already in the middle of your lunch or wherever you're at, either here or online. Continue on, please, but I'll try to keep you engaged and entertained as we move through this important issue. So, one of our earlier speakers today, when John was talking, he was talking about threats. I loved how you used the word threat in terms of issues, in terms of resilience when we talk about weather and climate. And there are a number of critical threats. And I think that's really important when we talk about the resilience aspect, but just the overall water availability standpoint of our water resources in the state of Oklahoma. Weather and climate extremes represent important aspects of that. And I'm going to sort of summon up my inner Donald Rumsfeld. If you don't know, the former Secretary of Defense for the U.S., he uttered a quote a number of years ago that I think is absolutely applicable to weather and climate processes in the state of Oklahoma. And here it kind of breaks down into these three things. There are known knowns. Right? These are the things we know. So when we talk about weather and climate, there are some what we call known knowns, and we'll walk through those a little bit. And then he said there are known unknowns. Now he was talking about different types of threats, but for our circumstance, there are known unknowns, meaning there are things we know that we don't know, and we need to focus on those areas in order to improve our understanding. And then I like the last one. There are unknown unknowns. And that is to say, these are things we don't even know we don't know. And I think that it's important to understand that as we have really worked through the process of understanding weather and climate in the state of Oklahoma and in this area and around the world, we are making a lot of progress, but there are questions that we haven't even thought to ask yet because they're not even on, for lack of a better term, on our radar. But we're going to talk about number one and number two a lot here over the next 20 minutes or so. So let's talk about known knowns, right? What are our known knowns? Well,
when we talk about extreme weather, and weather is one of those processes that happen, those are the types of events that happen on the 0 to 7 day, right? So our TV meteorologist will tell you, here's the 0 to 7 day forecast. That's weather, right? These are the processes that happen on those types of time scales, usually even on shorter time scales of, maybe a few hours. And obviously in Oklahoma, we're going to talk about what I call the usual suspects, violent thunderstorms, hail, high winds, tornadoes, right? Nothing captures the imagination of weather in Oklahoma like an image of a tornado, all right? But we also know that there are other usual suspects, and they can take place over short term as well as long term, but features like drought and oppressive heat and wildfires, and I'll step back to those here in a little bit. We just heard about how Tulsa has made changes. The Great Flood of 1984, the Memorial Day flood in Tulsa during that year really changed. It was kind of like the final straw that broke the camel's back for Tulsa, saying we've got to do some different things. And they have made some major changes to their infrastructure, but it's also made major changes to our observation capabilities in the state of Oklahoma. For example, the Oklahoma Mesonet, our statewide network of meteorological stations, actually is a byproduct of that particular event. So those are important events: excessive rainfall, flooding, flash flooding. We see it every year. In fact, I tell my students in my hydrometeorology class that if you really look across the United States, there's not a week that goes by where a significant excessive rainfall event doesn't occur somewhere. That can lead to flooding, and we see that often here in the state of Oklahoma. There's, of course, severe winter storms. So if you were just with us this last year, you know that we had a very interesting winter last year, beginning with the ice storm that affected Oklahoma City in October, but then continued on to severe winter cold and a lot of extra snow through that particular year. So we aren't done with winter yet. We see those blizzards. And by the way, there's nothing that will impact the sale of bread and milk in the state of Oklahoma like a 3-day forecast of an ice storm, right? We see these impacts. They're very real. And sometimes we even get these intense tropical cyclones that can develop and impact the area or redevelop in case of like Tropical Storm Aaron or in 2007, Tropical Storm Bill in 2015. And they produce obviously excessive rainfall over the area. So I call these our usual suspects from known on the weather side. And here's obviously the sort of the images that are associated with those events, from tornadoes to wildfires. And by the way, weather is a critical contributor to wildfire events, ice storm events, and obviously flooding events. So, these have real impacts on our communities when they do occur. These are all, in many ways, very extreme events. We also have another known, and that we live in an area of dynamic climate. And just these two images on the bottom show the precipitation on the left and the temperature on the right. And what's important about this is when we look at the southern Great Plains, especially where Oklahoma resides, as we stand here right now in the state capital here in Oklahoma City, our average annual rainfall is about 34 inches, 35 inches. If we go just west, right, go to our western states out in the Panhandle, that drops down to about 15 inches of rainfall. And if we go to the eastern part of the state, and maybe go down to Broken Bow, that's going to be over 50 inches of rainfall a year. And so we have a razor's edge in terms of our gradient and precipitation. By the way, this is one of the strongest gradients in precipitations, or precipitation changes anywhere in the world in the absence of terrain. And what I mean by that is the general grade across the state is about 1 degree of elevation gain. And yet we have this very significant precipitation gradient. When you look worldwide, we actually don't see many of those. And so that means we're in a bit of a unique place. That's east to west. But as we know, it's warmer to the south and cooler to the north, right? And so that actually creates some real interesting dynamics in terms of both our weather and our climate. It also impacts our ecosystems and the overall functionality of our ecosystem services that are very important for other processes like agriculture and tourism and water availability. And many of you have probably seen this type of map, or this type of graph. So let me kind of walk you through it as best I can. Basically, this is the average, or this is the rainfall totals for every year in the state of Oklahoma going back into the late 1800s, 1895. This is it's a really important to note that we do have some long-term measurements in this area, but across the United States that are very valuable in terms of understanding the processes that happen. And each one of these is a year for the average across the state. And our average rainfall for the state actually is about the same as Oklahoma City because we're right in the middle of the state. Just is convenient in that regard, but about 34 inches. If you notice each one of those black dots, some of them are well above that midpoint line, and some of them are well below that midpoint line. And those represent different, sort of our variability in terms of overall precipitation. If you look at this, you'll also see that we've applied basically a filter to kind of provide some smoothing that helps identify longer term trends. And because we can do that, we can identify areas that are long-term below normal trends. And we see these repeated in the long-term record of precipitation in the state of Oklahoma. These are extremes. In that regard. Long-term periods like the Dust Bowl, the 1930s, the 1950s actually in many ways was drier than the 1930s. Some of the impacts weren't as great because of the lessons learned from the 1930s. But even coming more recently, we've had a number of years below normal. 2011, 2012 were particularly dry in this region. But they're not the only ones, right? For every, from a physics standpoint, for every action, there's the equal and opposite reaction. And in the state of Oklahoma, when it comes to weather and climate, that often rings true. And we see these periods like the 1940s. It's really interesting to me that we don't talk about what we call the pluvial of the 1940s. So we talk about drought being the deficit of precipitation. Pluvials are abundance of precipitation. More recently, beginning in about 1980 and extending on through most of the 1990s, a period of well above normal precipitation. And even in the last half decade, we've seen the same. In fact, 2015 is our wettest year on record in the state of Oklahoma, surpassed the previous record of 1957. But also, we've also had a really significant precipitation year in 2019 as well. So we've had some really extreme rainfall events, and at the same time we've had drought. And so welcome to the state of Oklahoma, right, where we waffle around, that we have this inherent variability in our weather and climate system that often produces extremes. In fact, it's not normal to be normal in Oklahoma, is kind of the way to look at it from a weather and climate standpoint. So this poses a particular challenge for us when we think about weather and climate extremes and the threat and risk that we have in terms of understanding these processes and in any given year what may be important. But we do know this. This is a known. These events happen, and we also know that we have increased variability. Now, some of that variability, like the Dust Bowl, produces iconic images like this in terms of, there's been no more maybe significant impact on a community from a weather climate standpoint long-term than what we saw in the Dust Bowl of the 1930s here in North America over the last 100 years. In fact, these iconic images capture really some of the desperation that occurred because of that. And if we go back and look, there's an interesting article that was published by Warwick in 1980, but it still holds true that the Dust Bowl of the U.S., from a total percentage standpoint, saw one of the largest mass migrations of humans in North America in the last 100 years. I mean, it was let's call it that. It was a mass migration of humans out of the area because of the lack of water resources and some of the impacts associated with that. Nowadays, we see that in other places in the world. Not so much here in the U.S. We've developed strategies to mitigate those types of issues. But it's not that long ago that we actually did see one of these mass migrations caused by a climate issue here in North America. And it was right here in this state. Now, when we talk about drought is inherently an evolving feature. We tend to think about drought as, it happens, and how do you know when you're in drought? Sometimes an old climatologist once told me, you're in drought when you're in drought, and it's over when it's over, right? But when we look at maps like this is the drought monitor, and it's a couple of, basically a map snagged in each of the 3 months, or each of the 4 months of January, April, July, and October over a 4-year window. And if you really look carefully, you'll see that, the rise of the great drought of the Southern Great Plains in 2011 that encompassed Oklahoma and Texas, led to our hottest summer on record in the state of Oklahoma, here in Oklahoma City, 63 days above 100, right? That was a record I never thought would be broke. And then we not only broke it, we exceeded it by a long margin. And then we see that that drought actually, by the time we get to April of 2012, most of Oklahoma is actually out of drought. And then we see the reemergence of another drought. And we see the evolution of drought as it expands across portions of the U.S., the Great Plains, it's Southern Great Plains here where we live. But it's interesting, if you go through this 4-year window, there's not a time in which really some part of the Southern Great Plains was totally outside of drought. But we see drought emerge, we see it decay, we see it wax, and we've seen it wane. And it's a constantly evolving type feature in this region. And it's part of the inherent variability, which is part of our known. So we have this decadal variability that I kind of showed, going from the 1930s, 1950s, and then the opposite. But we have also this interannual variability and extreme events. By the way, if you lived here during 2011, 2012, those were rough years, very difficult years from a water resource, from an agricultural standpoint because of diminished water resources. And then we have these opposite years. I mean, think about the decade that spanned 2010 to 2019. We had severe drought, and then our wettest year on record, and then one of the wettest years on record. I mean, that's what it's like to live in the state of Oklahoma, these transitions from one side to another. And we often see these in terms of transitions. By the way, 1956, one of the driest years on record. 1957, second wettest year on record, right? We see these massive changes in our weather and climate extremes. And the migration from an environmental side, from one side to another, and those have real impacts. But at the same time, if you have one of those wet years following a drought year, that can erase the impacts of those multi-year droughts within a few months. As we saw, going back 2014, 2015, 2006, 2007 was kind of like that as well. We see these types of events. But there's another part of this that we see that's emerging, and that is not all droughts and not all floods are the same. Some of these happen on short term, some in long term, but what about in the middle? And that's where we get into what we call subseasonal to seasonal variability and extremes. So I spend a lot of time working with agricultural producers, which might surprise you a little bit because I'm at the University of Oklahoma. I'm not at the land-grant school of my colleagues and friends, to be honest with you. But I spend a lot of time because weather and climate actually has a huge impact on agriculture. And this is the question. I always get this question. So I'll spend time working, giving talks or at a pole barn in Woodward, chatting with producers. And this is always the question. In fact, when I'm talking to them, I literally answer this question as I begin every talk. And the question is, what will the weather conditions be in 3 to 6 months? Right? That is their question. They don't necessarily want to know the 7-day forecast, although that is important. And if we talk about long-term climate, that's not as interesting to them, because what's happening in this window of time is where they're going to make their money or lose it, to be quite honest with you. It's what we call the subseasonal to seasonal. And this is a particularly important issue when we look at water resources in the state of Oklahoma. And so this is, what is subseasonal to seasonal? And why is this important? Well, really, it's the gap between weather and climate. So we think about weather as being something that happens on 0 to 7 days, maybe out to 10 days. And climate being something that's down the road, right? A climatology is typically a 30-year average, so something much longer. There's a gap in between. And the interesting part about this is it's not just a gap in terms of our intuition, it's also a gap in terms of where we've invested financially resources at both the state and federal levels. In terms of we have invested a tremendous amount of resources to understand weather, and we've done that better, and we have better predictions than we ever had before at the weather timescale. We've also spent a lot of time work and resources and funding on the climate side because we really do want to know what's going to happen, in 2050, 2100, and what are the impacts of a changing climate system that is impacting various locations around the world. But it's in this range of 3 to 6 months, actually, we have some of our most limited predictability. In terms of our understanding and our ability. So when I visit with agricultural producers, sometimes the answer is, I don't know. I really don't know. Although this year I can tell you, I kind of have a good feel about what's coming because it's already here. But what's also important about this is that when we look at some of these factors, you know, weather is the driver on things that happened at 0 to 7 days, but increasingly the land and the oceans have an impact on the atmosphere at these longer time scales. And so we need to look into those areas to understand our drivers of events. And so this is where we get into the known unknowns. We don't have great handle on the events and processes that impact weather, climate, and water availability at these scales, what we call the S2S, the subseasonal to seasonal. And we can look at any event, by the way, and like the ice storm from last year. Was that a weather event, a subseasonal, or a subseasonal to seasonal event? And the answer is actually it's probably both. It's got an intrinsic atmospheric component to it, but it also, believe it or not, we've gone back and we've looked. We can see the emergence of that event weeks before in the Western Pacific of the U.S. And that's what's fascinating about S2S, is it helps us to understand the lifespan of some of these events before they happen here. Now it's one thing to go back in time and look. It's another thing to be able to see those things coming. And that's, I think, where we get into our known unknowns. We need to do the work on that. So it's a critical topic of something that you might hear some more of over the next 2 days, of what's called the S3OK project. And this is a project that was recently funded by the National Science Foundation through the EPSCoR program. And it's entitled Socially Sustainable Solutions for Water, Carbon, Infrastructure Resilience in Oklahoma. And it just so happens that the S2S is a focus area of this project. Now, my colleague Hank Jenkins-Smith will be speaking tomorrow, and if you get a chance, you might ask him about this, because what they do is he works on the social dynamics team, and they send out a number of, and have for a number of years, surveys on what are about a number of different issues related to risk in the state of Oklahoma. And one of those is on weather and climate risk and policy and other aspects. And these are the ranked risks. So the higher the bar is, the greater the risk. And I know it might be a little hard to see this. But what is important is that there's a lot of risk looking forward. Now, what's the highest risk in the perception of individuals in the state of Oklahoma? Tornadoes, right? That should not surprise anyone. And the next one is high winds, also kind of along the same vein. But it's interesting that you start looking at heat waves, wildfires, drought. Then you get down to flash drought, flooding, snow, ice, cold spells, pluvials, excessive periods of precipitation. There's a lot of S2S processes that are there that the public already sees as risk issues in terms of our state. And by the way, we just had a meeting recently, and our social dynamics team basically said that when they do their surveys, basically what they've identified is that weather and climate are the drivers of all chaos in the state of Oklahoma, except for the USC football program. So I had to sneak that in there, right? So, it's been a long week at the University of Oklahoma. That was an unknown, by the way. I'll just keep going with this, right? Back to the weather and climate. And what we want to do is we want to move from known unknowns to known knowns. We want to make sure that we increase our understanding of these processes. So as part of this S3OK project, we're doing that. And it's really kind of neat because we're going to be able to work across all these different types of S2S processes, many of which have impacts on water resources at timescales that maybe are more applicable to some of our water resource needs in the state of Oklahoma, especially when in terms of things we don't really know about in some ways. So all those topics on the left are the topics that we're addressing. And you see drought, you see flash droughts. I don't know, you might have seen the news lately. We've had one this year. We had a pretty decent summer, and then all of a sudden the bottom dropped out and it stopped raining for about 6 weeks. And we went into flash drought. But at the same time, we can have excessive precipitation and pluvial conditions. Severe weather actually can be influenced. We can have long-term, like 3 to 6 week periods of an enhanced severe weather activity. Just go back to 2013. That was a good example of that. And that might be in this S2S range. Heat waves, by the way, it's been a while since we've had a really bad one. But what about winter heat waves? Have you noticed that we're in one, right? As cold as last year was, it's pretty nice out there right now. Nobody's complaining. But does that do something to water resources? It might, because it extends the growing season, right, when we have these types of events. So we're going to look at those topics. We're going to try to understand the drivers of those events. And we're also going to work on the variability, but then the impacts, and really working with some of our other teams to try to understand this. So we're trying to understand the events themselves, but then also increase our predictability and understanding of the impacts of these events. So let me walk you through a couple of examples, and then I'll be over here in a minute. But this is just an example that 2015 was a really wet year. In some cases, the state of Oklahoma received over 20 inches of additional rainfall compared to normal. What's interesting about that is we saw the impacts of that, right? We see these features of that's a pretty dry pond at the top. Same pond a few months later, and it's not full or not empty anymore. It's actually full, right up to the emergency spillway. If that's an ecosystem, that's a very happy ecosystem. But notice that not only is there increased water quantity, but there's also diminished water quality, right? So all these different types of processes do matter. This was driven by something that we have learned in terms of our S2S system. Believe it or not, if you want to know why it really rains a lot for long periods of time in the state of Oklahoma, it's not El Nino that you need to worry about. It's sort of older brother, or maybe younger brother is probably the best way to put it. What we call a Modeki El Nino, where the warmest sea surface temperatures are south of Hawaii. And because of that, it actually changes the whole atmospheric pattern in such a way that it increases our water vapor transport for both the Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico and leads to excessive rainfall in the state of Oklahoma. This is something we wouldn't have been able to do without the technology and the resources from a data set standpoint that we knew before. But when you look at 2015 and 2019, they fit this model. By the way, 2015 and 2019 were not part of our original study, which is kind of neat to see that verification show up. We see events like this. This is 2017, 2018. In 2017, September, we were not in drought in Oklahoma. By April 2018, we were in essentially the highest category of drought across a large portion of the southern Great Plains, especially across northwest Oklahoma. And what's interesting about this is I've got the data from the Goodwell Mesonet site plotted here. The black line is sort of the average, and this is the accumulation of precipitation we would see beginning in January and ending basically December 31st. So you see here that Goodwell gets about 17 inches of rainfall in any given year. And you'll see that it ended the year well above that, about 23 inches of rainfall. But if you notice there, beginning at about September 1st, and actually the whole warm season was very wet. It's above that line. It's always wet. A lot of precip during the growing season. But then about October 1st, it stops raining. And not only did it stop raining, but if I throw and that's where I say drought begins. If I throw 2018 on there, which is the OU red line, and what we see is that it doesn't really start raining again until about April, maybe May. And we see this incredible drought that develops. But what's really kind of fascinating about this is once it starts to rain, it rains a lot again. In fact, we end up 2017 and 2018 both well above normal, at least 40% above the normal precipitation for the year. And in the middle of that, we had a 6-month exceptional drought. That's what we're dealing with, these changes, these what we call whiplash events, where we go from above normal precip to below normal precip, almost like that, and then the exact opposite happens. These are subseasonal to seasonal events, and we need to understand these processes, and this is something that we're working on. And of course, the impact of this particular set was you had a warm growing season with a lot of rainfall, a lot of vegetation. And then we see that it got really hot and dry, and basically, at the tail end of that, we got wildfires, big ones, right? So this is part of our big challenge of weather and climate in this region and water resources. And as we do this, we want to move also from this perspective. You may have seen this, we call this the hydroillogical cycle. You know, it takes a long time sometimes for us to understand that processes are going on. But with these subseasonal to seasonal and these transitions, we don't have a lot of time before we go from one extreme to the other. And it's really important for us to be cognizant of that as we move forward. And so this is a whole area of new research that we're trying to understand to better impact things like our comprehensive water plan. If we're not talking about subseasonal to seasonal, we probably ought to have a conversation about how do we work that in the big picture. And again, when you're thinking about reduced water supply as related to S2S, these are all the intricate relationships that are there. And these are just some of them. They're not all of them. And you know, I would love to talk about all of these, but I'm not going to bore you all to death. But it's complicated, I guess, is the takeaway message, right? And so we have a lot of work to do in order to get to this, to the end point of this. And of course, what we also have to deal with is that not only if we have reduced water supply, we also have increased water demand, right? And that's something that has been changing. So again, the final thoughts on this is there are no knowns, right? These are the things we know about weather and climate. And we have a dynamic weather, dynamic climate, and we have a lot of variability. But there are known unknowns in that we need to understand these processes in the big picture. And we also have to understand our fundamental knowledge and predictability of these events. And there's a gap there that we're still trying to work on. And then there are the unknown unknowns. And I think this is where that technology and our investment in resources that help us to measure the weather climate system are really important, because they often illuminate through data sets and through technology things we don't know because we've never been able to see them before. And it helps us to move them from, say, 3 up to 2. So that's part of our challenge. I will obviously take questions as we get a chance. I just want to thank all of our acknowledge all our collaborators, students, researchers, and our funding supporters. And at this point, are there any questions? Do we have any questions? No questions. Well, my contact information is available. I'm freely available at the University of Oklahoma, and there's plenty of folks that can point in my direction if you do have questions. But thank you again for the opportunity to visit with you. Oh, one quick question. All right, there's the question, right? I almost threw the meme in, right? I've got a great meme. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you know, winter's coming. We can change that. Drought is coming. And it got quiet, right? I mean, that's not a good thing. It's here, actually.
You're done.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you all, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Appreciate you. Oh, good discussions. Thank you, Jeff. We certainly appreciate that. And it's just a great reminder that it seems like every few years, you know, we see big droughts and then big flooding, and the weather extremes are just getting, you know, way more extreme. And I think, you know, that I'll plug in. I know we've got Congressman Lucas and others talking about the importance of our dam structures, not only for drought and conserving water and adding water supply in drought times, but also for flood control and stopping those floodwaters. So great concepts. This has been a great morning. For those that don't know me, I'm Julie Cunningham, Director of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. Apologize for being out. We had a presentation to Governor Stitt this morning on the report and the findings for the hydrogen task force. Very exciting energy coming to our state. So Secretary Wagner will be here tomorrow and plans to talk about that a little bit. But now I think we're going to switch gears. We've got these two wonderful people up here. We won't ask them to give huge presentations, but it's my privilege at this point in the program to turn it over to the Water Resources Board past chairman, Mr. Rob Stallings, for the presentation of the prestigious Oklahoma Water Pioneer Awards. Mr. Stallings?
I enjoyed Jeff's presentation. Jeff talks really fast, like a college professor. I grew up in Georgia, so I talk kind of slow, but I'm going to do my best to get through this and get the awards given for the Pioneer Award. And we've got 3 wonderful recipients today, and I'm going to go through them, and I'm going to read a lot of this because these people have impressive credentials, and I want to make sure that I get every word out and make sure that you understand some of the things these people have done. We're lucky in Oklahoma that we have this kind of people working in the water world. Our first award goes to Mr. Ronnie Graves. Mr. Graves has made an exceptional contribution to water planning, treatment, operation, and design for more than 52 years within the state of Oklahoma. He retired from the service as the general manager of the Fort Sill Water and Wastewater Utility in 2018. Mr. Graves was instrumental in operating, upgrading, and expanding the largest water supply and wastewater treatment system in southwest Oklahoma, and contributed to every aspect of the water system infrastructure associated with the city of Lawton and Fort Sill. Throughout Mr. Graves' career, he recognized the importance of long-term sustainability of Oklahoma's water supply. And while serving as the general manager of the Fort Sill utility system, he developed and implemented a large-scale water reuse program, which received the prestigious Water for 2060 Excellent Award for promotion and implementation of water use efficiency and conservation of Oklahoma's freshwater resources. And I might add, he's got a son back there that's an engineer and a pretty darn good one, so it kind of runs in the family. Mr. Graves, come forward and we'll give you your award.
Well, 52 years has been a long time, and I've only got 3 minutes to tell you what I did in 52 years. So. This gentleman helped me out a great deal right there. But I started in this business when I was 20 years old and went to work for the city of Lawton at their Medicine Park water treatment plant. They actually had 2 plants there. One of them was built in 1929, was still fully operational, and then they added another plant there in the mid-60s, and both of the plants were operating, getting water out of Lake Latonka, Lake Ellsworth, and Lake Waurika. But I spent 30 years of my life there with the city of Lawton. I actually started at the very bottom, 20-year-old man, and I was taking care of just kind of the gopher, mow the grass, and paint what needed to be painted, and all those type of labor-type jobs. Worked myself up into maintenance program and then more worked myself into plant operations and ended up being in the lab and as a chemist. And when I left the city 30 plus years later, I was the assistant director of all of the water and wastewater operations across the entire city, to include management of the water reservoirs and the transfer of all the raw water to the different treatment sites. It was a very rewarding career with the city of Lawton. I was blessed with really good people. We won some awards there in our treatment plant operations due to being blessed with good people that knew their jobs and did them well. As you know, we don't run these plants by ourselves. We have to surround ourselves with good quality people that is up to the task, and I've been blessed in that category. I retired from Lawton, and went to work at Fort Sill. Retired on July the 4th of 2003 at Fort Sill. July the 4th, I went to work, or 5th, I went to work at American Water at Fort Sill. They had received a 50-year operations contract to operate their water and wastewater systems on Fort Sill. I spent right at 17 years there at Fort Sill, and we had done many, many projects there at Fort Sill. When we got there was no meters, no water accountability. Their daily water usage was 3.2 million gallons a day. After the first 2 to 3 years there, we reduced their water consumption by 40%, just by fixing leaking water pipes, replacing water mains, et cetera. Then we went in and put in a reuse system. In 2015, it also significantly reduced additional potable water usage there on Fort Sill, because they weren't using potable water for non-potable sources. They had a good reuse system. We also replaced they were using chemicals in their wastewater treatment plant process. We replaced the chemicals, done away with them, and put in a biological treatment process. And then we also done away with chlorine gas as disinfection at that plant and replaced it with UV disinfection. So we had a lot of good projects at Fort Sill. It was a very rewarding time in my life to work there and have the privilege of working with a lot of good people from the government side of the house, engineers, And my staff, I had 21 people working for me there at American Water. And left there and retired in January of 2019. Later in January, I started doing some part-time work with Garber Engineering on an as-needed basis in observing treatment plant operations there in the city of Lawton. That's been very refreshing and rewarding as well. And so I've been doing this 52 years. I'm still doing it part-time. I love it. It's been my life. Plan to do it till my life is over, good Lord willing. And I'm really appreciative of the Water Resources Board recognizing me and giving this to me. It's a very big honor.
Most citizens of a community don't realize who the most important persons in the city are. It's not the city manager, it's not the attorney, it's not the public works director, it's the guys that run the sewer plant and the water plant, because if those two things stop, your life changes significantly. The next award is for another utility guy, Mr. Ken Kaminsky. And after 44 years as a utilities engineer, Ken came to the city of Norman in 2003 and held the position until his retirement in 2020. During his tenure, Ken was instrumental in developing the Norman 2060 Strategic Water Supply Plan, which largely focused on water reuse. Ken served on the state indirect potable reuse working group and became a key voice for municipalities in development of reuse regulations in Oklahoma. Ken was on the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality Oversight Board. He chaired the Oklahoma Municipal Utility Provider Advisory Group and served as president of the Oklahoma Water Environmental Association. Mr. Kaminsky has always been passionate about water quality issues and was asked by the AWWA, the American Water Works Association, to speak before Congress about chromium issues that had surfaced some time ago and the available treatments and the benefits of treatments associated to the cost to the customer. Ken was a strong advocate of using private sector performance indicators to improve public utility services and control cost, which led to many positive changes and successes for the city of Norman under his leadership. Ken received the Oklahoma Water and Pollution Control Conference Water Utility Director of the Year Award in 2019, and now it's a pleasure to present him with the Oklahoma Water Pioneer Award. I believe Ken's watching us from live in his new home in Tennessee and hopefully has a recorded message.
This is the technical difficulty portion. Here we go. Susan.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for this wonderful recognition. I have always been very passionate about water. It's probably everybody that's in this room or everybody that's tuned in. And so many of you have probably already heard me say when I talk to a conference or a classroom or a group, that to ask them to think about where they live and their community. Their community probably wouldn't be there if it wasn't for some source of water. That's what they developed around. That's what communities and cities and towns developed around. Without water, there wouldn't be even agriculture, there wouldn't be roads or businesses or commerce or industries. So it's vitally important to any community to have a source of water, as it is to our health to have a great source of water. And so to be able to work with something like that is so vitally important. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been a wonderful lifelong experience. And it's changing, which is for the better. We're recognizing the need for continuing to use our water. And so when I started, it was sewage treatment plants, and then they were changed their names to make it more user-friendly to wastewater treatment plants. And then from there, it was water pollution control facilities. And then from there, what we did in Norman a number of years ago is we changed our name to a water reclamation facility, or they've been also called water resource recovery facilities. And so recognizing the importance of reusing our water, for OWRB to pass the Water for 2060 Act was a huge, big yes to not just our state, but for other states, to recognize the importance of using water as a continual resource. And so working with the organizations that Julie listed, especially the reuse working group, and being in this room with the people from DEQ and OWRB and the consultants from nationally recognized engineering firms that volunteered their time to work with us on our reuse project. Sometimes I really would sit in that room and I'd look around and I would be in awe of the people that I was allowed to be with. Their knowledge, their expertise, their passion and compassion for putting together regulations was inspiring, really was neat. And so I would like to thank Oklahoma for the experience. I'd like to really thank OWRB for this recognition. It means the world to me, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
And now our third awardee is Ms. Linda Lambert. Linda holds the distinct honor of being the first and only female chairman of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, serving from 2007 through 2018. Linda, I'm using her name Linda, not Ms. Lambert, because I was served under her and I know her really well. Linda was passionate and a dedicated board member, showing exceptional leadership and consistently displayed a keen interest in water issues. Her leadership and support of the OWRB staff and partners as they navigate through the complex issues and produce the historic tribal agreement down in southern Oklahoma, the Arbuckle-Simpson maximum annual yield determination, which was a very difficult process, and the final stages of the 2012 Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Plan. They were instrumental, and her support helped lead the way to the landmark passage of the Water Act of 2060, establishing Oklahoma as the first state in the nation to enact a goal to hold statewide freshwater consumption neutral through the year 2060 through incentive and voluntary commitment in areas of efficiency, conservation, and development of untapped water resources. Linda also served as chairman of the board's Legislative Affairs and Finance Committee. Her service was evident at an initial forum charged with developing a strategy to address the $82 billion infrastructure need by the 2012 Water Plan. She made key contributions in support of the passage of State Question 764, which created Oklahoma Water Infrastructure Credit Enhancement Reserve Fund, providing additional bond issuance capacity for the OWRB's infrastructure financing program, and also helped maintain our AAA rating. These efforts resulted in greatly increased savings for borrowing authorities across the state to this day. As a board member, Linda took every opportunity to learn more about the OWR mission and complexities of delivering on it, even joining the board's Lake Water Quality Study Team on a sampling mission at Lake Arcadia. She is truly inspiring, and we could not be more thrilled to honor her. And on a personal note, I would tell you that when I came on the water board, she was the chairman. She kind of took me under her wing. She told me what to do and what not to do, and did a great job, and I really appreciated that. And congratulations, and come forward for your award.
Step up and right here.
Thank you, Rob. I feel really far away from you all. Fortunately, there's a good microphone here. First, my congratulations to Ronnie and to Ken for being water pioneers. I'm kind of walking in tall cotton today, so I appreciate that very much. Have any of you all ever found yourself in a place or a space that you didn't know quite why you were there? That even after saying yes, you continue to ask yourself, why me? Why now? Why here? And only after the passage of time did the answer reveal itself. So if you've ever had that feeling, you know exactly how I felt when I joined the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. While I had a little bit of experience in the oil and gas industry, I was not a hydrologist, I was not an engineer, I was not a scientist, I didn't have knowledge about water financing or water law, or had I had intimate, active experience in my community with water activities like Ronnie and Ken had. What I did bring, I think, however, was after 30 years experience in the nonprofit and corporate and government sectors, was some experience with and a healthy understanding of the process. Honoring the process as well as the result. Sometimes how we do is just as important as what we do. And honoring that process has always been very important at the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. Honoring that process, in my opinion, takes three principled actions. One is active listening. Secondly, showing respect. And third, building trust. All three of these, in my opinion, are in woefully short supply in our national dialogue today. This process of active listening and showing respect and trust, sometimes, as I was chairman, can also be referred to as herding of cats. But we did it anyway. So in my time during the Water Resources Board, there were many initiatives that had far-reaching impact and touched every Oklahoman. And I'd like to raise four of them up with you today. Some Ron has already shared with you, but I want to say a few things about four of these that really had monumental impacts for the Water Resources Board and all of us in the state of Oklahoma. First, in 2012 was the legislative approval of the Oklahoma Water Resources Plan. This process was a science-driven and citizen and volunteer-based process, looking at water planning, not just beyond the next quarter, but indeed for the next 50 years. A signature piece of this plan, as we've also heard, is the Water for 2060, whereby Oklahoma was, I think, maybe still the only state in the country that has pledged to, despite the continued economic development, through conservation, to use no more water in the year 2060 than we used in 2010. Secondly, for many years, the Tarrant County Water District in the state of Texas has long wanted some of Oklahoma's water. This conversation went on for so long that it found its way to the United States Supreme Court. And in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously in Oklahoma's favor, saying that other than water that has been compacted, that the water in Oklahoma will not be given, taken, bought, or sold without Oklahoma legislative approval. As we all know, there's a legislative moratorium on water sales to out-of-state at this moment. Thirdly was as Ron mentioned, the Arbuckle-Simpson final ruling for the maximum annual yield. And this study outlined the maximum amount of water that can be used in the 6 counties in southeastern Oklahoma for all purposes each year, be that municipal, be that for personal, domestic, business, agricultural, or recreational, and saving the rest as fresh water in the aquifer. Kind of like we look at our bank accounts. You only spend what you must, but save all that you can. And this study will be a template for other studies of other aquifers in Oklahoma in the future. And fourthly, the historic tribal water settlement in 2016 between the Chickasaw and Choctaw Nations, Oklahoma, and the city of Oklahoma City. This process, using the principled actions of active listening, of showing respect and building trust, allowed this process to be mediated and not litigated in a period of 5 years, saving untold dollars and energy and other resources for the state of Oklahoma and all of the parties involved. The settlement outlined the appropriate role for the Chickasaw and Choctaw Nations in water issues going forward. It ensured a water supply for central Oklahoma far into the future, and maintained the statutory authority of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board as Oklahoma's water agency. So with those 4 things, I think putting our day-to-day actions into a broader perspective helps understand the importance of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. I'm very grateful for this recognition today and hope to be worthy of it tomorrow without the recognition. But I would like to, at this point, say that none of these things that we've talked about would have ever happened without the expertise and the support of the staff, the team, and family, actually, of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. To a person, each of them, in my estimation, view their work at the Water Resources Board not as a clock-punching job, but as a life-affirming calling. So I would like at this time for Julie and all the other staff of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board that's here today, that's here virtually, and even those that are out in the field, to stand so that we can recognize them and show our appreciation for their being such faithful stewards of Oklahoma's most precious resource, our water. So would you all please stand so we can recognize you all? Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, I didn't know we were going to cry today, darn it. I thought we were going to have a group hug, which I love. But Linda always, has such poignant words. I certainly appreciate everyone up here today. Rob, thank you for presenting these Water Pioneer Awards. When we really look back and look at people that have had a career, lifelong career in water, I think Linda said it best, and I'm going to cry again. It is a calling. It is. Water is important. If anyone doesn't know that, we can talk later. But I certainly appreciate you all being here. So before we break out into tears, let me go on to our next panel. And I do want to remind folks, I don't know if you guys talked about it this morning, Darla, we've got about 300 people registered on live and watching on online. So that's certainly exciting. So I will move on to our next session. Next, we are honored to have several of our state legislators, past and present, here today to share their insights on statewide water policy and planning, state funding, and investment and infrastructure. So with that, I know Representative Wallace, you needed to run, so we've got you first on the agenda. I think we'll just leave everyone in their seats. So if you guys would like to come up and just say a few words. Representative Wallace?
My pleasure. Thank you very much, and especially after following Madam Chair Lambert there. That's quite a story. Great job. My name is Kevin Wallace. I'm a state representative from House District 32, also the chairman of appropriations for the House. And I will talk a little bit about last year's budget process. If you look at the Water Resource Board, their budget's basically 5.2 plus million a year. Items that have been talked about here today, I've heard it in a short time I've been here, but we appropriated $2 million extra last year in the budget for the Arbuckle-Simpson Aquifer Study. That's a 8-year plan. Total funding on that will come to just over $5 million when that's completed. Also, there was 3 pieces of legislation passed last year on policy that one and gave the director more authority, one gave the board more authority, and the other did away with setbacks within municipalities for well drilling. As we move forward, the DEQ has a program, the water sustainability, that is often ran through Rural Water and OK Water. There was a amount appropriated, I think 3 years ago now, of $500,000 that was in their base. We were able to add an additional $1 million to that last session. I will tell you that there is a community in my district, Davenport, that I had a personal testimony that came to me about the savings, and then partnering with the board, and then going to get federal grants and funding locally to help put together a plan for them to budget, build back the cost in the amount of meters to bond and pay for that over a long period of time, and actually come to sustainability and saving, conserving water. And it was a great testimony. So I'm very supportive of that, and we will probably look to try to increase the funding in that as well this year. So the revenue is looking really well for the state coming forward this coming session. The numbers came in, and for October, we're roughly just under 14% above the estimate. So things look pretty strong. Board of Equalization will meet December 27th to take a look at the revenues coming in, make a slight forecast of what we will have to work with for 23 budget cycle. And then, of course, in February, they will meet to give us our appropriation authority. So things are looking positive. I want to thank the board and the members, especially the executive director, for the job that you do. And I'm here to be a partner and help all I can. So I was told to keep it short, but if there's any questions, I will open it up to the floor and then move forward from there.
We need a hard question. Come on, these guys can answer this question.
There's a couple of members in the front row. I'm sure I'll get something there.
How about one from the old representative?
Yes, sir.
Is there any chance of the federal money we got, Mr. Chairman, that we could send a lot of it to the water, wastewater, et cetera, and maybe pick up what they could do scientifically?
Absolutely. The American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funding, which I am a co-chair of the House, Senator Thompson is my counterpartner. There is a 24-member committee, and then there are 4 working groups within that committee. Every municipality, every county received their own funds. The cities that are less than 50,000, the state's kind of the pass-through for those funds. We all have the same federal guidance, both the state, the cities, municipalities, and counties, on what we can spend those funds on. Of course, water and infrastructure is heavily promoted in that. The pot of money that the state is actually overseeing, the $1.78 billion, the portal was open back. Launch date, I believe, was October 1st, was a soft launch. And then as of yesterday, there were, I think, 370 requests or programs projects in that and about $6.6 billion in requests for the 1.87 that we have. So a lot of partnerships, and I'm hoping to partner with the municipalities, the counties, tribal relations and governments as well. But yeah, I'd like to see a lot of that money stacked for long-term benefits and maximize the federal dollars that we are getting. But there will be significant investment in infrastructure and water treatment facilities, rural water systems. But yes. Prior to the last infrastructure bill that was just passed, and we're waiting and working with our staff to figure out exactly how much is coming to Oklahoma, and part of that is the 5-year ODOT Roads and Bridge funding as well. Excluding the tribal piece, it's going to be an impact well over $18 billion to the state of Oklahoma. So it's large. Anything else? All right, thank you very much.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, and going on a little further with that, you know, there are several different pieces of federal money. Some of them are going directly to the state revolving funds, the clean water, drinking water. So we anticipate some really good funding for water and sewer projects. And I failed to read Representative Wallace's bio, but he is the chairman of the House Appropriations and Budget Committee and the Joint Committee on the Appropriations Budget, as well as the co-chair for the Joint Committee on the Pandemic Relief Funding and the Legislative Office of Fiscal Transparency. So he's certainly the money guy. You guys didn't ask him very hard questions, but we have other legislators that you can hit up. So. So our next speaker, next we have former Senator Susan Paddock. Senator Paddock served from 2004 to 2016 and represented District 13, including Pontotoc, Garvin, Pottawatomie, and Hughes counties. Senator Paddock served in several committee leadership positions and was instrumental in championing the important water legislation from aquifer recharge and marginal quality water development to helping move water reuse forward in the state. Susan recently retired successfully as the executive director of the Oka Water Institute, where she helped fund that and really get that off the ground, raising $2.5 million to launch the new institute in 2016 and creation of and implementation of all programs and initiatives, including the annual Water Sustainability Conference. Most recently, Susan raised funds for the Arbuckle-Simpson study that was mentioned, led by the USGS, and regularly convenes a stakeholder group for the past 2 years regarding that project. So lots of work getting that off the ground. She committed to, if the state legislature would pitch in half, that she would help raise the other half, and I think that's going very successfully. So with that, Susan.
Well, good afternoon. Wake up. Hello. I know those 300 people out there have got us zoomed in, but I want a live audience here too. What a pleasure. I want to thank Julie for the opportunity to be here today. It's been a long time since I've stood in front of a crowd and talked, so it's kind of fun, isn't it? I want to share a little bit. It was really interesting to me. I'm not sure that I always had a calling for water, but I can tell you now, I certainly do. I married a West Texas cotton farmer, and for those of you who know how West Texas is, water was pretty important. We moved to Denver where water rationing occurred. So when we got to Oklahoma, we knew this was God's country. Do you agree? Because we have all these wonderful water resources. But what I learned when I campaigned is how important, I'm down there in that Arbuckle-Simpson aquifer area. And I will tell you that the citizens of my area, I think, are the role model for what we have statewide in terms of citizen engagement. The whole story, and I know my friend, Representative Roan, who I had the pleasure of serving with, Senate Bill 288, and Paul, you're going to talk about that, really set the stage for how important water is in our state. There was a citizens group that said we don't want the water to be sold from our aquifer. And they went about passing legislation to make sure that that didn't happen. I came into office in 2004, so I was during that time of the historic Arbuckle-Simpson Phase 1 study, maximum annual yield. And I will tell you, we had meetings at the Technology Center. Your predecessor, Dwayne Smith, was head of OWRB. We went out and met with landowners and some of those very gentlemen who wanted to sell that water. I've told this story, and I'll tell it again. We went out to meet with some landowners, and they were mad. They were mad that the maximum annual yield went from 2 acre-feet to 0.2. That's the lowest number of anywhere in the state, is it not? And it was significant. It meant everybody had to have more water rights. And those who wanted to sell it, rural water district municipalities, everybody was affected by that. So we went to this meeting of landowners out on someone's ranch, and the meeting started with, we just want you to know, I was the sitting senator for Senate District 13, we want you to know we've got a shotgun in the room. A shotgun in the other room, we said? Oh, this is going to be a great meeting. Have y'all experienced any of those kind of meetings in your districts? Okay, well, there you go. But it turned out, fast forward to now, I just retired from OCA, the Water Institute at East Central University. We have been doing what is called Phase 2 of the Arbuckle-Simpson Aquifer Study. The first was maximum annual yield. This study is a very site-specific, so that if you take water, in Senate Bill 288, you said you could not decrease or diminish the spring and stream flow. So this particular study, that's about $5 million, will really determine where the best places to extract that water is so that you don't affect the spring and stream flow. I can tell you, we are thrilled with what Representative Wallace said, and thank you legislators who funded that study. We were limping that along at OCA. The first 2 years, I had to raise money to do that study, so we're very appreciative of that. I'm happy for that match, and now the new director will get the pleasure of raising the additional $2 million, right? So, that's right, that's right. But I just want to say that people in our area are engaged, and I think what Linda said about what a landmark study that was, if you look at the hydrogeological study survey, the slide, that Jeff presented, we don't want to get it in that panic mode. And the citizens of southeastern Oklahoma knew the importance of being proactive about their water. And so the whole importance of this Arbuckle-Simpson hydrology study is to make sure that there's long-term sustainability, that we're not in that panic stage, that when droughts come, we still have the water we need in our aquifer. And I think that's a role model for the entire state, that citizen engagement. I had the pleasure of starting out at a time when water was not talked about. And so I did run legislation early on aquifer recharge and on marginal quality water. I can tell you what I didn't know then is it takes a long time for rules to get promulgated for a lot of those things. And that's something I learned over time. I just want to mention one other thing, and that is, I think right now, I was listening as I was driving up today to the first speaker who talked about water. Was that the one water? That was one water. I think what we don't always think about, and I know that I didn't early on in my career, is that I was on that joint study between the House and the Senate. And I can remember a senator from Oklahoma City who said, you know, it's really important that the people in Oklahoma City have water. Well, in southeastern Oklahoma, we want you to have water, but we want to have fishing, and we want to have boating, and we want to have all the economic development that goes along with that. And so that whole idea of one water, we're all in this together. Everything we need, and somebody said it earlier, you have to have water, you have to have wastewater. Everything else comes after that. So I think the philosophy and the proactive policy that we can make so that we are all thinking about all the uses, all the stakeholders, how we can maximize our water resources. We have an incredible opportunity right now with Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Plan that's going on. And I would hope that everybody in here would be thoroughly engaged in that process. Thank you.
Yes, one water, very complex when you look at South Oklahoma versus North versus East versus West. We certainly use those waters in different ways, and we have different amounts of water, as somebody, as one of the speakers had had shown. So very interesting. Thank you so much, Senator Paddock. I appreciate you. Next, what a champion for water resources, obviously she is. Next, we have Representative Paul Roan. Thank you so much for being here. He served in the Oklahoma House of Representatives for the 20th District from 2000 to 2012. During his time, Representative Roan co-authored key water legislation, including H.Bill 3055, which created the 2012 Water for 2060 Act, and H.J.R. 1085, creating the Water Infrastructure Credit Enhancement Reserve Fund, which added capacity to our funding program. So we certainly appreciate you here, Representative Roan.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. I wondered a little bit when Sarah called me, though. Did she realize that Senate Bill 288 was passed and became law 18 years ago? And I told her, I said, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to remember of all of the things that happened when we were doing this. But I caught a deal there a while ago. Ms. Lambert was talking about it. When I came to the House of Representatives in 2000, I don't know whether it's ironic or what, my house tag had H2O on it. And all I knew about H2O is that it's the formula for water. But I will tell you that by the end of 2003, I had become quite a bit more aware of what H2O was all about. And I'm going to kind of lay some stuff over. I don't trust myself to get up and speak, especially when you get to be my age, to get up and speak without kind of writing it down in advance. And I'm going to kind of give you a history of how 288 became law, it came about. In the summer of 2002, that was after my first term of representing H2O, a friend of mine, Mr. Earl Brewer from Tishomingo, and others in my district made me aware of what the senator was talking about, the people with the shotgun, made me aware that there were 3 or 4 landowners in eastern Murray County who were trying to sell their water rights to several Oklahoma metropolitan cities, including El Reno, Yukon, Piedmont, and other metro communities. And in the fall of 2002, Senator Johnny Crutchfield, who was from Ardmore, Representative Danny Hilliard, who was from House District 22 at Sulphur, and I met here in Oklahoma City. And I know most of you people know Jason Lamont, who is probably the premier water attorney in the state of Oklahoma. We met here, and during our discussions, we decided that the Oklahoma Water Resources Board needed to do the scientific studies to determine the maximum annual yield that you could do in the Arbuckle-Simpson and transfer it without affecting the streams and the rivers which emit from the aquifer. In November of that year, Senator J. Paul Gum from Durant was elected. I think he was in Senate District 5 or 6. Senator Patty probably knows. And he agreed to be my House author. I actually filed House Bill 1421, and Senator Gum and I agreed that we would file duplicate bills in the House and Senate. He filed Senate Bill 288, and our original bill was quite strong. It said the Water Resources Board would not issue any temporary water permits until which time there had been the scientific study. We later moved that down, and we amended both bills to be only in the Arbuckle-Simpson aquifer. And the Arbuckle-Simpson, those of you that know water, is one of only 5 sole source aquifers in the United States. The only one I can remember from 18 years ago is one near San Antonio in Bexar County, Texas. But under the EPA, it gives you special protection under federal law The Arbuckle Simpson Aquifer is the sole source of water for Pontotoc, Murray, Johnston, and parts of Bryan and Carter County. I was not unable to get 1421 heard. It's the chair of the Natural Resources Committee. Just happened to be from the area that wanted the water. So he would not hear my bill, but Senator Gum got his bill heard over on the Senate side. And he was able to pass it with the title struck on it. Prior to Senate Bill 288, the legislation, we had a group formed called CIPASA, Concerned Citizens for the Arbuckle Simpson Aquifer. It was formed by Mr. Brewer, Mr. John Bruno, Mr. Gary Green, my good friend Dick Schauf from Ada, who worked at the Kerr Lab, and several representatives from Murray, Atoka, Carter, Johnson counties. And I want to tell you that every time that I presented the legislation and the senator presented the legislation, there would be 250 members in the galleries in the House and Senate up there supporting what Senator and I were trying to do, was to protect the water. A senator got it out of the Senate. It came to the House, and Speaker Larry Adair at the time, he informed the chairman that he would hear that bill, that Senate bill, and I was able to get it out of committee by striking the enacting clause. And most of you, I'm probably giving more information than what, you probably know more about it than I do. But I had trouble getting it signed out of conference committee. Originally had 5, and I went and talked to the speaker, and he appointed Wayne Pettigrew, who from the metropolitan area here, and Dale Smith, who was from down at St. Louis, down in Pike County, and they signed it out. I got the bill signed out, and it went to conference. We passed it on the House floor, went back to the Senate where Senator Gum restored the title and enacting clause, and it went to the governor. I passed it on the House side by 53-47. Senator Gum, I think, got it out of the Senate by a vote of 25-23, I believe it was. But we got it to the governor. And there was a lot of pressure on the governor for him to veto the bill. But I'm going to show you something I'm not really proud of. I'm a smoker and have been since I was 18 years old when I went into the military. And SJR 22, which you may be aware was the no smoking in public buildings, was held over on a vote to reconsider because it had failed. And I got a call from the governor, and he wanted me to change my vote. He and I we made an agreement. I told him I'd become a yes vote on that, even as a smoker, if he'd agreed to sign Senate Bill 288, and we had an agreement, and he signed it. That's a little extra. Since the bill became law, and Julie can probably tell you how many times it went to court, it's withstood 3 or 4 court challenges, and it's been real constitution in each court it's been heard in. In my opinion, the most important aspect of Senate Bill 288 is this, and I don't know where the Water Resources Board is, but in my opinion, that it ties groundwater and surface water together. And prior to Senate Bill 88 under Oklahoma statutes, it was not done. And I could talk, I've got some notes here that I'm going to talk about. Everybody knows what you could take. You could take 2 acre feet for each acre of land you own prior to 288. After the study, now it's 0.2 or 0.2%. and this is just a little Paul Rome philosophy here. I feel that Senator Gum and I were in the right place at the right time. Some people told us that the stars were just aligned in our favor. We had a great organization behind us in Sepasa, and like I said earlier, they were all present. Okay, and I've turned one too many pages. And I was also told that if I had any suggestions, and I've got 4 quick ones, and then I will be done. All permits issued by the OWRB since the amount of water could be taken, in my opinion, if ORWB gives that permission to take the water. I'm not saying they need to pay for it, whoever's wanting that water, but if Julie says you can take 1 acre feet or you can take X number of gallons, it needs to be metered and reported to OWRB, whether it's in the Arbuckle Simpson or anywhere else in the state of Oklahoma. You got to, we don't need to be doing it on trust that if they say that they're just taking X number of feet. And I'll cite you an example in Johnson County, and I'm not going to call the name of the company. They were given permission to take water, surface water from Mill Creek. They put a 20 horsepower pump into Mill Creek and put a 6-inch hose on that and began pumping water and turned it on and walked away from it till they actually, during a dry season, completely dried up Mill Creek. They need to be responsible and not use more water than what they're allowed under their permit. Another problem we had after 288 was this same company went in and drilled about 50 or 60 core sampled holes right over the top of the Arbuckle Simpson and got their core samples and didn't do anything with them. If a company or anybody drills a hole into the water table, they need to be treated like a water well or an oil well, and if they're not going to use them for such, they need to be plugged. I'm going to talk a little, I don't know. I thought maybe some of our federal people would be here today. I think the federal legislation needs to look at making water law across the United States. And the reason I bring this up is every time I hear anything about the Ogallala Aquifer running from north, South Dakota down southwest through Oklahoma and into Texas and New Mexico, every time I catch up with something on it, the water level is dropping. They need to have a Oklahoma 2060 plan on the national level to ensure that we don't lose. Then I got one extra that has nothing to do with water, but in a way it does. Due to their own self-interest, I don't think the Oklahoma Mining Commission membership should be made up of nothing but people interested in mining, because what the miners do directly affects what happens to our water. And I'm through, and y'all have probably heard all you want to hear out of me, but I'll try to answer a question if anybody's got one.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Wonderful perspective. It's really, it is interesting. Susan, you mentioned, these things, this legislation and the public kind of input and wanting things to happen, and those things, you make progress, but it takes a lot of years. So it's fantastic perspective, and we appreciate you both being here. So our next speaker, we are pleased to have Senator Darcy Yeck join us today. Senator Yeck has served in the Oklahoma State Senate since 2014, representing District 26, which is Beckham, Blaine, Caddo, Custer, Kingfisher, and Roger Mills counties. He is chairman of the Senate Appropriations and Appropriations and Budget Natural Resource Regulatory Services Committee, and also was co-author of Senate Bill 539 in 2019, which extended the gross production tax. We talk about these funding mechanisms, and that is the primary funding mechanism for the water planning, for our public outreach, for these maximum annual yield studies, for implementation of the water plan and all those priority policy pieces. So critical votes, and we're certainly appreciative of your input. So Senator Dieck.
Well, Representative Roan and Senator Paddock, welcome back to the Capitol. Senator, you've been busy.
My fourth trip in 9 years.
Fourth trip in 9 years. Senator, I don't know if you've been back or not. If you haven't come by my office, so you're always welcome. I hope you know that. Please do. You've been busy since you left here. You talked about a town hall you were at, or a town hall or something where there was a shotgun present, so that was announced. I think I've been to enough town halls. There may have been a shotgun there. If it was, it wasn't announced. So I've been to a few water-related town halls that got a little bit heated, and by the way, on that, your staff is fantastic at those meetings, so thanks for that. They really do a good job and provide a lot of support for those instances. So anyway, welcome back to you guys. Thanks for the opportunity to come, Director. I appreciate working with you. I've been on the Natural Resources Committee since I came. Senator Justice was the chairman of that when I came in, so I was served under him for a few years, and then I've been chairman of that committee. And kudos to my counterpart in the House, Representative Newton, and I. As far as I'm concerned, we work very well together, so I appreciate the support of him and his committee over on that side. So I want to say that publicly, really, he's fantastic to work with. So I get the feeling that all senators and their counterparts on the other side don't work as well as we do, so I don't know what the problem is there, but it's been fantastic with us so far. So anyway, thank you for your help. I was asked to speak to legislation pertaining to the gross protection tax apportionment, as you talked about. I'll give a little history of that legislation, and I'll share some of what the GPT has done over the years in Oklahoma. The original legislation that I'm speaking about was in 2006. It was House Bill 1173, created the Community Water Infrastructure Revolving Fund. Monies from that fund were derived from the gross production tax, which is 7% that's a severance tax on oil and gas. Of that 7%, 4% of that is divided into 3 different agencies, OWRB, as well as it also goes to the tourism and also to the Conservation Commission. The bill was amended in 2016 pertaining to the Community Water Infrastructure Development Fund. Those monies can be used for, and I quote, this is in that bill, establishing and maintaining critical water infrastructure in all areas of the state, including projects to implement the recommendations of the Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Plan. That was done in 2016. It was amending the original bill in 2006. Again, that bill generates, or that 4% of the 7% GPT generates about $2.6 million per year for each of those 3 agencies. I've got some examples here on how tourism has used that. I won't get into that since this isn't about tourism. Conservation Commission has done a good job with their $2.6 million per year. I'll get into, just to skip over some of the stuff, I'll get into what OWRB has used theirs for, mostly for studies, very valuable things. But for the Water Resources Board, their share is directed to be used for the purpose of establishing and maintaining critical water infrastructure in all areas of the state. OWRB has used their apportionment to fund water planning and for studies of groundwater basins in Oklahoma. The OWRB is currently in the beginning phases of the 2025 update to the Comprehensive Water Plan as required by statute. The groundwater basin studies are multi-year studies conducted by the OWRB and USGS to determine the amount of groundwater available for use under the Oklahoma groundwater law. OWRB has also used GPT funds to complete studies for the Arbuckle-Simpson, as was mentioned before, Garber-Wellington study, North Canadian River Alluvium Research Study, Canadian River Alluvium Study, the Enid Terrace, North Fork of the Red River, Rush Springs, and the Salt Fork of the Red River. Those are some of the studies that have been done. They're more ongoing, and the OWRB continues to use their share of the GPT revenue for further studies and ongoing reviews. So, Representative, thank you for your legislation that you ran. That and what's been done since then has continued to really focus the importance of water, not just in southeast Oklahoma, not just in the Panhandle in western Oklahoma, but all of Oklahoma. So that legislation was important then, and it's very important today, in my opinion, that we keep funding and keep a focus on those issues. So with that, Director, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any
And I'm honored.
hard questions?
Save the hard questions for the next presenter.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, you guys are too easy. No, we certainly appreciate, I really feel like the partnership of Senator Yeck and Representative Newton. You know, when you all first came in, I was kind of coming on to this job at the same time, and we certainly appreciate your engagement on water issues. We think they're more important than roads. Don't tell the roads people, but just saying, water is a key to us, and we certainly appreciate your support. So now I will turn it over to Representative Carl Newton, who has served in the House since 2016. He represents District 58, Northwest Oklahoma, parts of Alfalfa, Major, Woods, and Woodward counties. He currently serves as Chair of the Appropriations and Budget, Natural Resources, Regulatory Services on the House side. He co-authored the Senate Bill 539 again with on the gross production tax. And so, Representative?
So now that Senator Yeck has stole my thunder, so I won't talk about something else here. No, but it is a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to work with Executive Director Cunningham. She does a great job for you all. She is very caring, takes care of things very well. And in fact, I think we're going to see you in less than 2 weeks now, Eric. I think budget hearing meetings are coming up on the 13th. So we're going to have that again. And I am blessed to work with Senator Yeck. He is a great counterpart, and I am truly blessed to get to work with him. And it's not totally, he is correct. Not all people work that well together, but we do respect each other. And even Senator Murdoch's here. I see him, my senator for my district up there. Good to see you, Senator Murdoch. But it is one of the things I did want to talk about was the renewal of this funding that we've been talking about, part of the gross production tax. Right now it's being renewed every 3 years, and so we're looking at that to maybe extend it a little bit further. If you're going to do a long-term study or something like that, it takes a little bit more time, and so we may look at that to be able to extend that out. We still feel like we need to be not just give it out there and not have control over it, because we're dealing with the people's money, and so we need to make sure that we're good stewards of that money. And so we don't want to do it on a super long-term basis, but maybe a little longer term so they can do a little bit more work with that. I know that, in fact, I believe I looked up, Representative Roan and Senator Paddock were both there when this was the first pass, so thank you for that. And so it is crucial for our area. Talking about that, with the open meetings law, now it's not unusual to have somebody come up with a holstered gun and visit with you. So we do have those at some of our meetings. So, but one of the things I think that wasn't on topic here, and I think Representative Moore is going to talk a little bit more about what we're going to look at that, but drought is a huge impact on the water. But we have a new industry that is making a huge impact on your water system too, and especially in your rural water system, and that is the Oklahoma medical marijuana. And I know being in a rural area, it's making a huge impact. Right now in the state of Oklahoma, and I know I won't even say right now, that was 2 months ago, the information I got, we have over 8,600 medical marijuana growers in the state of Oklahoma. And it was increasing at 150 growers per week. So, and the water usage of that, not only just the water usage, but making sure that that water, what's done with it after if it's treated and how it's taken care of. And that's some of the legislation we're going to be looking at. And I don't want to steal too much of that, but right now in Oklahoma, we have one grower for every 43 persons that have a medical marijuana license. And I know, living in a rural area, I wish I had a farmer for every 43 people that ate steak, because it would sure put a lot more people out on the farms. And so we are looking at it in all aspects. It was something that was handed to the legislature to take care of. It was a vote, an issue petition by the people, and so it's something that we're going to have to look at and work on that. But that does have a major impact on water, and I know it hadn't been mentioned, you might have mentioned it earlier, but it is something that we are also looking at too this year. So I'm open for questions too, but it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Executive Director Cunningham, for inviting me, and appreciate the work you do, because crucial is good water. So thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you so much for being here, Representative Newton. Yes, I think we've heard a lot about the medical marijuana industry and a lot about the capacity development requirements for not only water, but electricity and other things. So I think as far as my counterparts at other agencies, we're certainly talking about those issues. I'm very happy. I know we participated in several interim studies on the issue to deal with it. So I know we'll certainly carve out space and we're looking at potentially some legislation so that we'll know where the water wells are being drilled before they're drilled, and get their permits in place and make sure they're permitted through the Medical Marijuana Authority as well. So that's a great topic, emerging market. So I would like to turn it over to Representative Moore. Thank you for teeing that up, Representative Newton. Representative Moore represents District 57, which includes Beckham, Blaine, Caddo, Canadian, Custer counties, and he has held his office since November 2020. His career experience includes working as a landman and an assistant district attorney with Custer County, and he's current vice chairman of the House Energy and Natural Resources Committee. So welcome, Representative Moore.
Senator Paddock was right. You guys are way back there, but I sure appreciate the opportunity to come and speak today. I'm thankful for the chance to run some legislation this coming session. As the director mentioned, I did an interim study on the effects of the medical marijuana industry across the state on varying ways, varying different circumstances. One of those things is obviously water, something that doesn't get talked about a lot, and I appreciated the word Ogallala being mentioned before I got up here, but in western Oklahoma, that's mentioned quite a bit. We constantly know, I live on a few miles from my family farm that we've owned since 1931. My granddad taught me at an early age, you're about 48 hours from any drought, the next drought in Oklahoma, especially in western Oklahoma. And so, right now, we've got a lot of people just dying for some moisture out there. And while it is nice that it's 74 during the day and you maybe can go hit the links in December while your friends in Iowa are freezing, it sure makes it hard out on the farm. So I'm very thankful for, again, the chance to run some legislation this year, and I just want to talk about those. One of the things we don't have final legislation on, but have talked about, obviously with my background in oil and gas, I'm very familiar with intent to drill and the requirements there on the oil and gas side, and that's something that we think really should be implemented on the water side to make sure that drillers of water wells make sure that someone has all their permits and they file something or communicate with OWRB to make sure that the party that they're drilling for has all their requirements met prior to drilling that well. I think at my interim study, Sarah put up a map of all the water wells that were drilled that were known to be used for medical marijuana, and the northwest quadrant of Oklahoma, which I consider north of I-40 and west of I-35, had 0. And I kind of laughed, and she looked at me, and I said, well, I can drive you to at least 7 within 4 miles of my house that I know for a fact are right outside facilities. And so obviously we have some bad actors there that are causing issues. We look at what that looks like. You think about the illegal grow, and the problem is, again, the people that are bad actors, the ones doing it illegally. You think about the grow that was shut down outside of Muskogee that had 22,000 plants. Well, each one of those plants requires 80 gallons of water for its life cycle minimum. And so that's 1.27 million gallons of water from that one illegal grow. And actually they were caught because they were diverting water from their neighbor. That's how they got caught and how they came on everyone's radar. OSBI and OBNDD's radar was because of illegal water diversion where they had kind of dug a ditch and put an impromptu pipe where they were taking water from an irrigation pivot not too far from them. So again, you think about that. I was given a hard time a little bit when I was asked to come speak because being from Western Oklahoma, they said, well, what do you have to say about water? And I said, really, I'm investigating because they keep talking about water and I'm not really sure what it is. So I'm going to go try to find out what it is. But one of the bills we do have language for this year that we've already filed is adding some teeth. You know, I appreciate the work that OWRB does, but I can't imagine the difficulty of going on someone's land and telling them you're violating the law, you don't have a right to do this, and if you don't quit, I'm going to come back and tell you you're still violating the law and you don't have a right to do this. I mean, you know, I have 3 kids that are 10, 8, and 4, and if there's no punishment on the back end, the attitudes and the actions don't change. And so one of the things that we are planning to do through this legislation, the change to 82-105.20, is add an administrative penalty of up to $5,000 that the Water Resources Board can administer, and change that to make sure that they have the teeth to really enforce. You know, obviously it's up to $5,000. That means, you know, people that tried to do it the right way but messed up, we're not going to hammer them. But people that are repeat offenders, people that don't care, that continue to pump wells after being served with notice of violations, have the ability to drop a hammer on them. And that's something that has been lacking for far too long for the Water Resources Board. And so that's something that I'm proud to do and proud to help. One of the other things, as an assistant district attorney, my first full year in Ouachita County, I was the only DA, the only one in the whole county, and I filed 222 misdemeanors and 222 felonies the first year, exact number amount. That doesn't include any of the children's dockets, that doesn't include drug court, that doesn't include all the other traffic tickets, all that stuff. And so when you take, you know, I don't mean to sound trite, but you know, when I take a report to my DAs of a water violation, that's just not high on their radar. And so this takes this out of their hands. Now, this misdemeanor is still there. Now, we're still going to make sure that we have that in place because we want to make sure that the DAs can prosecute criminally. But the other thing that we're doing here with the change, one of the changes is increasing the penalties for those misdemeanors to where it's higher. But also in this 105.20 change, we're going to make it to where it gives a cause of action for the Water Resources Board to file civil action against the party to enjoin them or seek an injunction to stop them from using that water until things are resolved. And at that point, you know, we've really cut the head off the snake, so to speak. If we can get that injunction filed, we can enforce pretty substantial penalties for the really bad actors. I don't know about you, but I don't know that $5,000 a day would take me very long to maybe quit what I was doing. But even for these illegal operations that we know have incredible amount of resources, that $5,000 a day is going to add up very quickly and hopefully deter them. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. And again, you know, I don't have language yet on the intent to drill, but it's something we are looking at and want to make sure to try to get in place to curb these illegal grow facilities. And it is our most precious resource. I'm an oil and gas attorney by trade. I do a lot of real property work, and I never knew how much that would get into water. I think I was going to give the senator a hard time, former senator a hard time, because he mentioned Jason Ahmad, who is phenomenal. Everybody knows Jason. My last actual trial was against Jason, and I won't tell you who won that, but it wasn't Jason. But no, it was on a clarification on a water rights issue, and it was a long, drawn-out trial. So I learned more about water rights and preparing for that trial than I ever thought that I would learn in my lifetime. And I didn't know that that would prepare me for this the way it has. That God works in mysterious ways. So any questions you have, I'm happy to answer, but thank you again for the opportunity.
So questions? No hard questions. Darn. Okay. Now, we really appreciate your support, Representative Moore, and you know, the interim study is very telling. That we just, as we bring these issues to the front, then we appreciate your leadership in trying to address those. So speaking of addressing issues, we've got one last representative. I will say we've got Senator Stevens and Senator Murdoch in the back. I don't think there's any others, but I wanted to recognize them and thank them for being here today. So next up is Representative Lonnie Sims from House District 68, including Creek and Tulsa County. He sits on the County and Municipal Government, Energy and Natural Resources, Judiciary, Public Safety Committees, and he's had a 25-year career in commercial insurance, risk control, sales and management. He currently owns and operates a small fire extinguisher safety and insurance risk service. So we certainly appreciate you being here. I know really you're the one, Representative, that really started the discussion on the flood plan. So now that has become law, and we're going to have some comprehensive flood planning going on. So come on up and give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Director Cunningham. Wow, I'm just going to say, you know, I kind of came to the water through my daughter. So I noticed in the agenda it says champions of water. She was a state champion swimmer. So if there's anybody that can tell you about water quality, it's my kid, because she spent about, I don't know, probably 40 hours a week in a pool swimming for the last, 12 to 13 years. So extremely proud of her. She's a sophomore up at Oklahoma State University. I'm a longtime city official in the city of Jinx. I started out with the offer of free dinner. So this is how you end up here. You volunteer, and then it's like, hey, we need you to do this. We need you to do that. So I started out on the Planning Commission at a time in Jinx when they really couldn't find anybody to do the job. And timing is everything, and God does kind of have a plan. When I started in Jinx, we had 8,500 people. We have 25,000 now. So it was at a time where we had so many new neighborhoods come through, and really an opportunity to plan the city for the future. And one thing I noticed immediately was we've got this great asset that flows right through town called the Arkansas River, and we do absolutely zero with it. It's basically a utility. They generate power with it, and that's all the value we get out of it as a community. So fortunately, I got to learn about Lomer, Clomer, and all these fun things because we raised and elevated a lot of property out of the floodplain so we could actually develop it, and created the first commercial development on the Arkansas River, still there to this day, called Riverwalk Crossing. It has since spun off into the Oklahoma Aquarium. Hopefully most of you have been to see that facility and how amazing it is. Another commercial development in Riverwalk Crossing. We now have the gathering place, but it really spurred people to think. And if there's one thing I can leave you with is we've got to activate the data. Because when we formed the Arkansas River Task Force, we studied it for 2 years. For 60 years, they've tried to figure out, how do we get water in the river? How do we build low water dams to where we can create value for the community, create economic impact, but also preserve the natural resource? And I'm telling you, we had studies you could stack to the ceiling, but we never activated that data. So we brought all the stakeholders in, really vetted it out. What are the issues? What are the concerns? And we came up with a plan. And you know what? We sent it to the voters, and they were willing to increase their taxes to fund those projects. And what we're going to have in Tulsa is something pretty special, because you're going to have a long-term asset that's going to renew that riverbank for years to come. It's going to be shared by the community, and it's all because we activated the data. So OWRB is incredible, and what they do and the data they have is, you know, to the point, I think I would put them up against any state in the country as far as the data we saw in those studies and what I've seen with Julie, just because I had no idea of the resource we had right here until 2019, when our entire town pretty much flooded because 2/3 of Jinx is in the floodplain. And then to see 600,000 cubic feet per second flowing through Muskogee in the Arkansas River at a width of 5 miles wide, it's unbelievable that that amount of water can flow through eastern Oklahoma and do that kind of damage. And we've got this kind of data that we haven't activated to where we can mitigate that risk. And I heard one of the speakers earlier talk about it was the straw that broke the camel's back in Tulsa, the 1984 flood that we had up there. Well, what's the straw that's going to break the back of Oklahoma to go mitigate these risks? And so what I did was have an interim study where we brought in, similar to the Arkansas River study that we did, brought in a lot of stakeholders. And what we found out is Oklahoma doesn't have a flood problem. It has a natural disaster problem. And everybody that grew up here like me, we know it. We know the risk. We know what's coming year after year. And yet we continue to deny, to invest, to mitigate on a large scale across our state to mitigate the damage. And I'll give you one great example. I'm sitting and I'm talking to the Rural Electric Cooperative, and I have a bill. It's called the Oklahoma Hazard Mitigation Act, and it's really opposed in the rural areas. And for me, it's a way for the rural areas to control their own destiny and mitigate the risk and start replacing a lot of the infrastructure that was built back in the 40s that's, I mean, it's really past its prime. But when I was talking to him, he said, I don't understand your bill. How can your bill help me? And it's just investing a small amount of money over a long period of time. It's got a 5-year sunset, so the people in those local communities totally control it. But I said, if you could take the power lines and bury them in rural Oklahoma, would that make a difference, you know, when it comes to the next ice storm? He goes, well, sure, but it's too expensive. I said, well, that's how my bill helps. Because with just a little bit of local investment, there is tons of matching dollars out there and available that they can go capture. And you know what? It will equalize the cost to bury that line. And not to mention, while you're burying that line, you can bury that rural broadband fiber optic cable that's going to connect all these rural communities and reverse the migration that we see in the big cities, where people can actually go live and work in those rural communities. So those are the kind of things that we've got to do. We've got to activate the data. We've got to think bigger. I mean, when you think about that volume of water, it blows my mind, because the Lake Keystone basically flipped over 3 times. You could have emptied it and filled it 3 times. So a lot of the conversation here is about preserving our water resources. What if we could capture and retain some of that water when we have these huge events like this and divert it out west, activate it for agriculture, put more crop under pivot, you know, some people call me a dreamer, and I'll take it. Because when I look at Oklahoma, I see oil and gas, I see pipelines crisscrossing the state. A lot of them are really abandoned, but they don't get rid of them because they don't want to re-permit. But if we could activate some of those abandoned or dormant pipelines and build retention to where we could capture some of the water and move it to other places throughout the state, those are the kind of ideas we really need to think about and activate the data. And I probably talked way too much, but I'm extremely passionate about it because I see the damage and impact it has in the state year after year, whether it's fires, whether it's floods, whether it's tornadoes. They're coming, and we need to be prepared for it. More importantly, we need to mitigate the risk for the future generations So I love what you do, appreciate you very much, and my counterparts and colleagues in the House and Senate, thank you for being here.
That was certainly inspiring. The whole panel was. What we really appreciate is, each one of you out in your districts see these issues. And you talk about someone from Western Oklahoma, Representative Newton and Senator Yek and Murdoch and others. I mean, it's a completely different story than Eastern, than Northern, than any reach of our state. So I certainly appreciate your perspective. I certainly appreciate you guys spending your time and hearing and listening. And it really is amazing when you get all these speakers in, and it really, you do your jobs every day, but you come here and get it all in one package. So really great day. So appreciate you. Once again, let's give them applause and we'll move on. Thank you, guys. Okay, so next, it looks like we are at a transition. We do have our congressional delegation here via video, so they've taken the time to record some videos for us. So, David, do you have, it looks like, a video from Congressman Cole or Governor Stitt again?
Hi, this is Congressman Tom Cole, the 4th District of Oklahoma, and it's a great privilege for me to be here to participate remotely with you at the Governor's Annual Water Conference. I'm old enough and have been around long enough to recall when Governor Nye actually set up the first Governor's Water Conference in the history of Oklahoma, and I've participated in it in a variety of ways over the years. We've always recognized, beginning with Governor Nye's vision, the importance of Oklahomans working across geographic boundaries and political subdivisions to come together and make sure that our state has a robust future in terms of water, and that water is something that facilitates rather than limits the development of our cities, towns, and rural areas all across our state. Always in that, the federal government has been an important partner. There's no question, of course, many of our great reservoirs, the Kerr-McClellan Waterway, many of our flood control systems were originally built with federal dollars secured by the congressional delegation and in partnership with the state of Oklahoma. That's continued to be true up to this very day. Congress is hard at work on a variety of issues, and sometimes the issues we're dealing with seem to get in the way of the more important functions that are absolutely critical to life. Congress this year is running behind on appropriations, but the House has passed important appropriations legislation that will actually set the stage for hopefully a deal late this year, more likely early next year, to release more funds for Oklahoma water development. We have a proposed robust $8.9 billion Corps of Engineer budget, and of course that's very important to us. The state and local revolving water fund needs to be reauthorized and replenished. We have, of course, the Water Resources Development Act next year that also needs to be reauthorized. And we have important work with our tribal partners in developing water, and important funds to set aside there which benefit all of Oklahoma. So as you start this year's work at this very important annual conference, I want to wish you the very best. I want you to know that our office is focused on the issues that you're discussing and working in partnership with the other offices that represent Oklahoma in both the Senate and in the House of Representatives to secure the kind of funding that will make a substantial and sustainable difference in the future of water in our great state of Oklahoma. So thank you for your work. God bless, and look forward to working with you in the weeks and months ahead.
Good deal. He's so good. He's been out there a long time, been a huge advocate for water resources and water financing. So now I will turn it over to my co-host to announce and introduce our last speaker, our keynote for the day. So, Kevin.
All right, thank you everyone for sticking around. We've had a great day, a lot of great presentations, but I dare say we saved the best for last. So sit tight. We've got a great presenter here. So we'll wrap up the conference today with our keynote presenter, Dr. Branko Kerkez. and he'll be presenting on self-driving water systems. So Dr. Kerkez is the Arthur F. Thurneau Associate Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the University of Michigan. And his group is working to enable smart water systems which autonomously adapt themselves to changing conditions using real-time data and controls. He is the founder of the OpenStorm.org, an open source consortium dedicated to freely sharing hardware, software, and case studies on smart water systems. He is a recipient of the National Science Foundation's prestigious Career Award and was recognized by the National Academy of Engineering as a Gilbert Lecturer. So Dr. Kerkez, welcome to Oklahoma. Glad to have you with us.
Okay, I got my clicker here. How's it going? Cool. Okay, really happy to be here. It's been great to learn about all the wonderful work you're doing here in Oklahoma. I'll just kick it off. I'm kind of curious how many of you have been honing your pandemic hobbies, as I have a little bit. So just closing out the day here with, for maybe some of you painters out there with a Bob Ross painting over here, just kind of closing it out. But on the topic of pandemics, kind of wanted to spend a second introducing you to my pandemic roommates. Here they are over there. We live in the state of Michigan. And just kind of an intro to both of them. So one of them was born in 2014, and the other one is a pandemic baby. Really original, I know. And so I had the sense today, just listening here, that football matters a little bit here. Is that true? It matters to us as well. So much so, actually, that my 6-year-old was asking me the other day. She's like, Dad, I've been thinking, why is it that Ohio State always beats Michigan? And I was like, that's our rival, right? And I was like, well, is that true? So I looked at the table and I was like, geez, yeah. In her lifetime, there's been not a single win by Michigan State. In fact, the last 10, by Michigan, Michigan State, Michigan. And I know we've been talking about droughts today. Well, our drought is finally over. I'm happy to report this weekend. Yes. So what's cool is my 6-year-old is happy. And as far as the baby is concerned, she's never seen any of the games. So in her lifetime, Michigan's been undefeated. So it's a good time. And I know you're looking at the football rankings. Maybe we'll see each other in the OSU. Maybe we'll see each other in the championship game. We'll still see. Let's hope. Exactly. So anyway, moving along with that. My 2 pandemic buddies, again, I'm just kind of riffing off of this a little bit. We've had a lockdown, right? We're stuck at home. And kids have to do something, so you get them to play, right? So they have a little room where all their stuff is. But anybody who's ever tried to raise children knows that rooms don't look like this. They look something like this, more like that, right? Is that true? And so we have in our home, this is more of like a top-down policy directive. We call it the Clean Room Act, where it just kind of comes top-down and basically you have to clean your room. So we have this clean room, and we want, so we have a dirty room, we want a clean room, right? And so I'm an engineer, my wife's actually an engineer as well. And so he said, you just have to do something about that, right? We have something, we want something, we have to do something about it. And obviously my daughter doesn't really like that. So I try to motivate her, I try to turn it in a game. I say, hey, what if we just turned off the lights in the room and you just try to clean it? So what if we just took this room and turned off the lights and clean it? And she goes, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how am I supposed to see what I'm doing? I'm like, well, try it, And I try to, again, challenge, sort of channel the inner Bob Ross, and I say, well, Bob Ross said there's no mistakes, right? That's like his famous quote. He said, he would tell my daughter, he would say, listen, there are no mistakes. Just clean whatever you can, and ultimately it'll be great. Is that true? I don't know. Let's find out. So basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have you look at this dirty room over here for a second, and think just for a second how you would clean it. And I'll turn off the lights, like just kind of metaphorically a little bit. So take a look at the room, and I'll give you like a couple seconds to think about what it's gonna look like if you were to clean it in the dark. So what's your strategy? Stuff it under the bed. Yes, exactly. So we're hearing strategies like stuff it under the bed. We're hearing strategies like maybe I'll just move stuff away from the carpet, but I'm doing something. Doing something is good, and again, there are no mistakes, right? And so what I wanted to do with this kind of analogy is actually say, well, are you sure the room is clean? Like, does this actually work? Does your active cleaning work? I don't know. Somebody might say, well, I stuffed it under the bed, so it's mostly good. But are there other things? I don't know, right? And so by analogy, I would just like to extend this cleaning in the dark to, do you know the Clean Water Act actually worked? Did it work? We tried to do a bunch of stuff, and somebody might say, well, I don't know if it worked, but at least our rivers are not on fire anymore, right? That's pretty good. I mean, if that's your only indicator that the Clean Water Act worked, we're like in serious trouble over here, right? Because if I take a look across the country, and I think most of us are familiar with this, we still have a lot of issues that we're working through, right? On the Great Lakes region, let me see if my clicker works here. This is beautiful Lake Michigan. What you're seeing here is raw sewage flowing into the lake, and so that brings with it various kinds of nutrients and other goodies that go into the water, and leads to the kind of images that we saw this morning, like massive algal blooms, and I believe those are kind of ubiquitous across the country, not just true to the Great Lakes region, and they lead to the kind of things that we can actually see from space. So here, see a picture of Lake Erie, lots of bad stuff floating in the water, and has direct consequences, not just to the ecosystem health, but actually to a lot of things we heard earlier as well, like fishing and recreation, which are really, really important on the Great Lakes. Water quality is not the only issue that we have. We also deal with a lot of flooding issues. In fact, this is one of our biggest issues. This image I just took from the news, I think it just shows that maybe we need to work more on PSAs about like not coming too close to a raging flash flood. But so be careful out there. In any case, we have these issues, right? Just like this dirty room that we have, we want to clean it, and we have this problem, and what we want it to be is not that way, right? We want it to be something else. So we want, for example, clean beaches. We don't want flooding. We want things that are good. And so what do we do about it? Again, I'm an engineer. Roll up our sleeves. Well, we have to do something. So here comes the doing part. What I'm going to do now is to segue a little bit and talk about what are these different kind of solutions over here? So big problems demand big solutions. Case in point, city of Chicago, massive flooding. They've been dealing with it for a really long time. Turns out that if you have like $5 to $10 or $20 billion laying around, you can dig a really big hole to put all the water in it. You know, it's a technology that existed for millennia, I think, but needless to say, most communities around the United States do not have billions of dollars to toss around to solve their flooding problems by building massive infrastructure. In fact, a lot of these kind of solutions have fallen out of favor for more green solutions, which actually I like big solutions. Again, I'm an engineer. But you see a lot of these smaller things. So if you don't have $10 billion to spend in your city, maybe you have a smaller pot of money to fix one neighborhood, maybe with like a detention basin, fix another neighborhood. And these things kind of level up into what's been called green infrastructure. So instead of just serving the purpose, for example, for flood control, they might also look good. And a good example of this is actually the work that's being done in Oklahoma City right now. There's a great report that's been written on sort of the greening of American communities with a focus on Oklahoma City, showing how neighborhoods can be restored from what they are into something that's like more green, more natural, but simultaneously serves the purpose of restoring our water systems, maybe reducing flooding, improving water quality, and as we heard this morning, maybe increasing property prices. I mean, there's lots of benefits that are being kind of like afforded by these things, and that's what we're told about these solutions. And so what I want to talk about now is that good? Like, that's kind of like cleaning the room. We go in there, we try to clean it. This is sort of my PSA for now. Do you have in Oklahoma this thing that's like call before you dig, like when you're doing a project at home? This is my call before you dig moment right here. And it talks about this. Let's call before we dig because something might happen. So here we are. Here's the state of Michigan. The students always correct me. I always leave out the Upper Peninsula, but that is also the part of the state. But here we are. The University of Michigan, for your record, is right here, City of Ann Arbor. And City of Ann Arbor, despite its like relative affluence, meaning it has a relatively good tax base, and I know because I pay it, we still have flooding. It turns out you cannot spend your way out of the problem. You're still going to have flooding, and because they're not Chicago, they can't dig a giant hole downtown. What they do is they implement a lot of these smaller solutions to capture the flooding. So those could be bioswales, retention basins, all these kind of things that we've seen in commercial developments or even in people's backyards. And so what I wanted to do is just take one example watershed that we have in our city where I live. So this is about 10 square miles. It's called the Mallets Creek Watershed. We do a lot of our work there, and I'm just using it as an illustrative example to show you one where it's flooding. Basically what happens is water falls within those boundaries and it goes sort of like the top right corner of the map, and we've seen issues in that watershed. And so what the city does is they basically go in and they try to fix the system. Again, like any other municipality in the United States, unless you're Chicago or some other big cities, you fix one thing at a time. You go into one neighborhood, another neighborhood, and the idea is that all these things are good, right? Like implementing these things is good, so why don't we just keep going? And so the idea is that there are really no mistakes. So here comes Bob Ross. He's just drawing stuff across the map, saying like, look, there are no mistakes. Just fix this and fix this and fix this. Just fix it all, right? Because if we do these positive things and they're inherently positive, they're going to add up to give us a cumulative positive benefit. And so this is kind of like I think this is the world we live in right now, frankly, with stormwater and flooding, because the idea is that like it's a big problem, but let's just hack it into pieces and we'll solve it together. Let's see what could happen when we do something like that. So what I'll do is I'll intentionally look at two neighborhoods in the city of Ann Arbor, again, kind of conceptual, just to show you an example, and we'll see what could happen when we implement these solutions. So this is the only plot that I'll have in this whole entire talk, but basically I'm going to plot flooding in these neighborhoods. So I'll take neighborhood number 1, and I'll plot flooding over time. So for example, it rains, water levels go up and down. That's what happens when it rains, and if they get too high, it floods. Neighborhood number 2 has a similar problem. Water goes up, something floods, goes down. And then basically what we'll do is we'll go in and install these fixes. So we'll say, okay, let's install a stormwater basin here. Let's go ahead and install some sort of natural practice here. Maybe actually some regular infrastructure. We'll install it. And we'll go home and pat ourselves on the back and say, hey, check it out. We fixed the problem. All the neighbors love us. Everything is good because basically now the water levels don't go nearly as high as they used to. Kind of classic flood control. This is what we teach students in class. What could happen, though, inadvertently, is before downstream where the flooding was actually really, really big, those 2 neighborhoods, the flows from those neighborhoods may have added up to give you that kind of shape over there. So they came sort of apart, like one arrived first, another one arrived, and it gave you these kind of flows downstream. Now that you implement these fixes, it actually became worse because now the flows from these 2 neighborhoods are actually adding up together and causing more flooding downstream than you had together. So it brings to bear this kind of notion of economics, right? Like somebody can't be better off without somebody being worse off. We have this thing, at least based on how I'm seeing this, and I don't think there's much of an opinion, we're seeing more and more studies on it, that you can't just implement piecemeal fixes to infrastructure, right? I know we have limited budgets, but just going around and implementing piecemeal fixes may not just lead to better solutions overall, just because you have benefit here, benefit over there, it might actually lead to worse outcomes. And there's a really great study out of the city of Baltimore that basically erased all of their infrastructure improvements that they put in over 20 years and had better results overall with that in place, which is really wild, right? So like, what are we actually investing into? In conclusion, we don't know what's happening. We're a little bit in the dark here. We're hoping, it's kind of hope and pray implementation over here, which makes me a sad Bob Ross. Okay, so anyway, there are no mistakes perhaps, but maybe there are, okay? So what can we do about this? So instead of this kind of classic loop of we have a problem, let's fix it, and I love fixing stuff as well, what if we just added one little element to it? What if we just kind of said, instead of just turning off the lights and living in the dark, we supplemented this loop with sort of saying, let's just not do, but let's also measure what we're doing. Okay, which exists in many fields, like, I don't know, medicine, when you get surgery and they check you afterwards, to make sure you're okay, stuff like that. Turns out in engineering projects, we don't do that as much. And so why is that? Well, if we take a close look at why we don't measure outcomes a lot, it becomes very apparent very quickly, because it turns out in the United States, our primary source of water data, water measurements, not always, but pretty much true everywhere, is provided by the federal government, in particular the U.S. Geological Survey. So I'm assuming most of you know U.S. Geological Survey, right? What they do is they measure these implement these stormwater, these water gauges across the United States. And so when you take a look at the U.S., there's about 8,000 real-time river gauges and stream gauges in the United States. And that's a lot. It took a century to build that. It's no small feat. It's a really, really impressive kind of system. But when you do the math, you have 3,000 counties. That doesn't actually leave you with a lot of gauges. And so I wanted to show you your map, which I pulled up this past week. This is state of Oklahoma, and by my calculations, there's about 1 stream gauge every 300 square miles in the state. And the number of gauges is actually actively decreasing, right? So we know that flooding doesn't happen at a scale of 300 square miles. It happens at individual homes. It happens in neighborhoods. It happens in businesses. We saw it this morning. It happens, maybe it doesn't even happen across the street from somebody else. And so the limited number of measurements makes it really, really difficult to even know if things like the Clean Water Act or any of these other things we care about are actually working, right? Just again, Oklahoma City, I believe, is about 600 square miles. So like, again, 1 gauge per 300 square miles is a pretty tough thing. And in fact, there's counties that have no measurements at all. And even if you have no measurements at all, we know that at least millions of dollars are being spent everywhere to improve water infrastructure, and we still don't know if it's working in a lot of cases. Detroit is a good example of that. So I wanted to show you a flood that happened in 2014 where we had massive flooding. And in fact, based on the statistics I saw, the most number of insurance claims in the entire country that year was not on the coast, was not near big riverways, was in Detroit, right? And it was not anywhere near the FEMA floodplain, and it was nowhere near these gauges that are supposed to detect flooding. So urban flash flooding is a massive problem, and the lack of data makes things even more difficult because, again, we can't know if the stuff that we're building is actually helping. Droughts, again, you're very familiar, you're acutely aware of the impacts of droughts. These are obviously being tackled by a variety of organizations here that take a measure these things. And I was kind of looking through the website the other day trying to figure out how many measurements there are, because that's what I do, I just tally up measurements. It looks like there's about 43 of them measuring groundwater levels based on this website. And in fact, when we look at real-time measurements, meaning if you wanted to know what are the groundwater levels right now, we heard earlier from Jeff about Mesonet, a really cool website that has lots of real-time data. The number of real-time gauges that are giving you information about groundwater is like less than 10. So it makes it pretty tricky to know in any given point. If you wanted to know what's happening right now, we don't know what's happening right now in a lot of cases. So again, it's a pretty tricky thing to measure. And the reason why it's tricky to measure is because the people that do this kind of stuff and the important agencies that serve this and that provide the service have to deal with a lot of stuff to make this happen. So here's what a USGS gauge looks like when you're just a regular resident walking by it. This is what it looks like when you open it up. Oftentimes it's lots of wires and lots of other things that have to make these electronics work. When I talk to my students, it basically sends this idea that if you want to measure water, it takes a PhD degree basically. And so it doesn't take a lot of not just a lot of education, but it takes money, right? It's really expensive, and I think all of you who are possibly paying the federal government for measurements, which is something I discovered over the years, it's actually possible for money to flow from local and state governments to the feds to measure water, but that's part of the business model for the USGS. It's a tricky thing, and it's fairly pricey. And the frustrating thing about this is that a lot of us are going home now. I mean, my kids are speaking to like Alexa and these smart speakers, and there's a robot that's cleaning my house, and there's a thermometer that's making me feel really, really comfortable at home. Even my toaster's becoming connected to the internet. I don't know why. But these things are accessible, right? So why is it that it's so common for us to have these technologies in our house, and they're actually not that expensive in our homes, but somehow measuring water, this resource that we're saying is really, really important, it's severely undermeasured. And so we've been scratching our head about that for a little while, for the last 5 to 10 years almost. And we drew this picture a long time ago trying to explain, like, in the age of like the self-driving car, what does a city look like, a city of the future? Meaning, like, in the context of stormwater specifically, wouldn't it be great if we knew at any given point what the soil conditions were, the rainfall conditions, the flows in the rivers, the streams, the flows in the pipes, and we were on top of that, using that real-time data, we're able to control something in response. And I'll talk to you about that in a second. So let's talk about the measurements first. What we've been working on for quite some time now is bringing down the cost of these technologies and making it easy to deploy. So here's what we call affectionately our sensor node. It's basically a cell phone where you take away all the stuff you don't need, like the screen and all the other stuff, and you just leave the processor and the modem. And to this stuff, you can connect sensors that measure things like water levels, flows, soil moisture, water quality, et cetera, et cetera. You put those down, and now you can deploy them very quickly across a really, really large range and densely. So 1 per square mile, 2 per square mile. So remember that statistic, 1 per 300, that you just can't know much, 1 per 300 square miles, right? So putting these everywhere was like step number one. And then you can also control things, and I'll show you some examples of that in a second. What's cool about that is it puts the information at your fingertips immediately. So as soon as you connect infrastructure, as soon as you connect water to the internet, you're able to see what's happening. And from a management perspective, you can start doing some pretty interesting things. So what the students do in a lot of cases, and this is actually a lot of the stuff I'm about to show you was deployed by students, they go out, here's a picture of these are water level sensors. So we put them out on bridges and roadways to measure water levels. Here's an example of a recent deployment. We basically litter watersheds with these. I don't want to use the word litter, but we put them everywhere. We put them literally everywhere where there were no USGS gauges. Oftentimes we supplement existing USGS gauges, and we try to get some sense for what's happening at a really, really fine resolution. So what you see here is a watershed in Michigan that we've instrumented very heavily, something like 50 devices per 800 square miles over here. I think it was almost multiplied the number of USGS gauges by like 10 in this case. And what it basically shows you is how dynamic these water systems are. So when we're plotting water levels over here, water levels change very dynamically, and they're not the same everywhere, as should be expected. But having that data at your fingertip allows you to do lots of really, really interesting things. Besides research, we've noticed a lot of use cases. For example, reservoir operators. We have a lot of lake levels that are managed in the state of Michigan, lots of lakes, right? A lot of reservoirs that are managed. In a lot of cases, these reservoirs are managed in the dark, right? You don't know what's happening. So by adding these sensors, reservoir operators can not only decide when to release water, but they can coordinate with each other, which really helps with flooding, water quality impairments, not flushing out fish habitat, all these kind of things that watershed managers are interested in. From a public safety perspective, we've been contacted by a lot of fire stations and police chiefs and stuff who just have simple questions like, hey, it's about the rain, should I close that bridge or should I close that road? And having that data at your fingertips allows you to make those decisions without having to send staff out there to basically go out there and decide, okay, we didn't need to, right? So it's a lot of just like efficiencies that are built in the workflows from something that not just a police chief or a fire crew can use, but also paddlers in the river, as we found out. They love our gauges to decide when to go out on the river. At a local level, at the municipal level, a lot of stormwater managers have started using our devices to check post-construction efficiency of their sort of implementations. So what we've learned from a lot of our local county and city managers is that the sensors allow them to see that their sites need to be either fixed or in some cases are actually performing better than expected, and they're starting to use the data to build it into local sort of policy decisions about future constructions. And so, you know, basically in short, this is our sensor network over here in Michigan right now. We've built this actually went out this past year. Southeast Michigan is basically covered in our devices right now, and it's being used by all sorts of different groups for all sorts of different applications, and I'm more than happy to discuss specifics of those. But basically the thing I wanted to talk about today was, you know, measurements are first and foremost like the first layer that we kind of need in order to figure out like what kind of decisions to make. But earlier when I was showing this image of like children talking to speakers and stuff like that, in the city of Ann Arbor, we're doing a lot of work now with self-driving vehicles, and that's become like a much bigger thing more and more now. And in the age of the self-driving car, is there an opportunity to bring some of these technologies to bear for water management? So just like cars drive themselves, could we imagine a future one day, I'm not saying it's immediate, but could we imagine a future where water systems steer themselves into changing conditions? So as Jeff was pointing out earlier, there's a lot of variability in water systems, so having something dynamic that changes over time may be kind of useful. And so if we revisit that image that I showed you earlier about don't just do stuff, also measure it, maybe we can add something else to it. And that something else is, once you measure, can you actually adapt somehow? And so we've heard, I think in a lot of cases, this notion of water adaptation, but that takes place at the timescales of decades, sometimes centuries, so doing big projects to make big change. But could we do something quicker, right? Because the measurements allow you to adapt in the long term, but in short term, what are the kind of things we could do? So the way you control water is the way the water has been controlled for a really long time, is using pumps and gates and valves and other kind of things. And what we've been thinking about here is, could you connect these to the internet somehow? So you take a valve, and basically what you do is you add the same exact kind of sensor hardware that I was talking about earlier, and you connect this thing to the internet. And by connecting it to the internet, you can either press a button or fully automate this process so that it opens and closes automatically to change what's happening in real time. So this is what they look like. So this is when we first started deploying these devices. We actually bought a valve on Amazon, because like where else do you buy valves? Like when you first start working on these kind of things. And we were very fortunate to work with a city and county that were open to trying out some of these new ideas. Because behind that valve, and that student over there who's been bending over, sit about 5 million gallons of stormwater that we were trying to sort of lobby for controlling. We wanted to show that it's possible to do some cool stuff with that. This is kind of the more modern version of it now. So the county now tells us our valves are municipal grade, so they're not ordered from Amazon anymore, and they're made out of metal. But still very similar concept. We take this, it's connected to a solar panel, a modem, it's connected to the internet, and you can decide when to open and close the valve. And this shows you the same site under two different conditions. In the bottom left is when we open the valve, there's no water in there, like pretty self-evident, and then when we close it, the site fills up. Before this, the site just did what it did every time, the same thing. Water goes in, water goes out, right? That's how we design infrastructure. What's cool about using valves is you can decide to close the gate, for example, so close the valve. You can hold that water for an extended period of time. All the sediment and stuff will trickle out of it, and then you can slowly open it when you check the weather forecast to decide to release those flows. So you're basically repurposing this site and trying to make it do something different under different conditions. And so this is an example of water quality benefits. Where it becomes really, really interesting is when you look at the city scale. So what if we didn't just have one valve that was connected to the internet, but what if we had 2 or 3 or 100 or thousands? What does a city like that look like? So we can imagine, for example, in the case of Ann Arbor, we have 2 neighborhoods. And it's raining in those 2 neighborhoods. What I'm plotting over here are the water levels downtown, for example, when it rains. So naturally, we have flooding when too much rain comes down. When you add valves to the system, you can start taking advantage of it through these kind of dynamic concepts. So imagine it's raining a lot in one part of town, and you're really filling up over there, and it's not raining a lot over here. Maybe you can hold back water over here, let the other stuff flow out, and then send stuff downstream. So just like a self-driving car steers itself in response to changing conditions, I think that water systems of the future will be able to steer themselves, maybe automatically, maybe with the supervision of some humans, to achieve system scale benefits, to effectively squeeze more performance out of existing systems. And the case study I'm going to use to kind of try to drive home this point, this is the conceptual example. So let's imagine this is a watershed right here. You're not going to be allowed to put valves everywhere. Maybe you can just put them in certain locations. But let's assume in this watershed over here that there's flooding downstream. So here's one of the sensors. It's detecting flooding downstream. And we want to be able to do something about it, but we don't have any actions that we can take downstream. If you have a valve upstream, so this is one of our valves that we attached up there, maybe what you can do is look downstream and say, hey, if there's capacity, if there's no flooding, go ahead and send water. And if not, go ahead and hold water and only send down water when you can actually afford to do that. And that's the experiment that we actually ended up carrying out. This was like almost 4 or 5 years ago. What we're looking at over here is kind of a bird's eye view of the city. On the bottom left, what you see is this big basin that we put one of those valves on there. It's about 5 million gallons of stormwater. And before we put this valve on there, what would happen basically is the water would flow from this basin to this constructed wetland that was at the outlet of this watershed. And the purpose of this wetland was twofold. It was to control for flooding. So water was supposed to flow through here and be slowed down. And it was supposed to also actually capture sediment before we went into the river. So it's kind of one of those dual water quality, water flooding projects. But like any project, you don't have all the money in the world, so eventually it does flood. So when there was too much rain, what would basically happen is the site would overtop, and you'd bypass all these treatment benefits, and you'd basically get a lot of flooding downstream. And so what we did is we basically added this valve upstream, had a sensor downstream, and we said only send down water when there's actual treatment capacity. And so that's kind of what we did. This is December. After a storm. This is the upstream basin where we're just kind of looking at it and it's full of water because we closed the valve. And then what we did is we're looking at the sensor data downstream. We're saying, okay, can we send down water? So what you're seeing here is the valve is opening on the basin upstream. Water starts rushing downstream. And it actually takes a solid about an hour and a half for that water to reach that downstream wetland. And then you can see it slowly arriving downstream. And a better video of that is actually in this next image. What we're seeing is the water levels in that wetland are changing from that red line to that green line. And because it's not raining, we know that the only thing that could be influencing those water levels at that moment is the valve that we're controlling upstream. So I guess how else do I put it? A bunch of students are controlling lots of water and trying this out to prototype, to see how you can push more performance into infrastructure. And just kind of put it into perspective, the county did an assessment basically showing what impact did this have both to sort of water quality? For us, it's phosphorus, like how much phosphorus did we reduce? And how much bigger was the site effectively? That's another way they put it. So basically, by not having to build a big site downstream and actually having a smaller site upstream where you're controlling the flows, you're effectively making the site downstream bigger. And in their words, the site downstream was 2 times larger in comparison to what it actually is, right? Because you're not sending everything downstream. In an uncontrolled system, for it to perform the way it did right now with all these like internet-controlled valves, you would have to build it 2 times larger. And that's not even feasible here. You'd be encroaching on parkland, you'd be encroaching on lots of different things where you can't feasibly build your way out of a problem. And so having that upstream regulation and some of these real-time controls put into place allows you to build leaner infrastructure. And where that becomes kind of interesting is actually from the perspective of, I'd say, like commercial properties, right, who want to have more parking lots and other kind of things. And so you can build smaller through the addition of this. And in the words of some of the folks that we work with, it basically allows you to squeeze more performance out of your infrastructure. And that's kind of the take-home message. By adding this layer of technology, you squeeze it more before deciding what else you want to build. In short, this one valve, which wasn't really that expensive, again, I know we kind of pieced it together as part of a research project, but the city estimated that it saved them about $1 million of new construction by being able to just have the site be the size that it is and not having to build it larger, right? So there's actually economic consequences of adding these technologies, and it's actually a pretty good ROI when you do stuff like that. So, so we did this experiment, and I told the students, this just shows you one of our experimental watersheds. If you ever come to Ann Arbor, we'll give you a tour of this. It's pretty fun. We have sensors all over these neighborhoods, lots of valves and other kind of stuff. And I told the students, hey, cool result with this other study. What else can you all do? And so I came in one morning, and this is what they'd done. They'd controlled the flows in the whole entire watershed. So this is about 10 square miles. And what they did is they were controlling the flows in the watershed between these valves to spell the Michigan M in the hydrograph. And I know, can I go back to football? I know that seems kind of silly, like who would want to control a water system to spell letters? That's really not the point of it. I think most of the time when we show this to people, they realize what level of precision you're able to achieve when you add this technology, right? If you can spell letters, you can start doing some really, really interesting, more impactful stuff. And that's pretty tricky when, the lights are not on. So, that, basically led us to kind of explore notions of, okay, if you can achieve this level of precision, both through measurement and control, what else can you do? And so what we've been looking at are elements of control applied to a larger scale. So what I'll show you right here is the city of Detroit. So the city of Detroit has a really large combined sewer system, and I know that's more of an issue in some of these older cities in the United States. But basically what they had at their disposal already was a lot of meters in their combined sewer systems that were used for some system operations and a lot of billing kind of stuff, right? Because they have a lot of communities that are feeding them combined sewer water, and they're using these meters to build them. And they're also using it from some of their control rooms. And then what they also have is really, really large control points. And so what are these control points? This is actually what I'll show you is, this is a 20-foot sewer pipe, roughly 20, maybe a little bit bigger. And what they have in here is an inflatable pillow. So when they press a button, this thing just inflates. It becomes really, really big. And this big pipe, whose sole purpose before was to just send water down, can now actually serve as a storage element, right? So you're basically built a mini dam. And you can trigger it any particular time. What's cool about it is that I think this was made by one of the tire companies, like I guess who else builds big rubber dams or whatever. But anyway, it was a really kind of cool example of you can carry this out not just with small valves, but you can build much bigger components. What we did for them was try to solve the problem of, in this age of kind of information right now, what do you do with all this data? So sometimes there's this hesitancy of, if we invest into hundreds of sensors, who's going to look at them? Who's going to quality control them? What are we going to do? And the good news there is that there are a lot of tools now that you can use to basically take information from hundreds of sensors and distill it down to something that's relevant for decision making. So in this case, what we did is we built a dashboard for operators in this combined sewer system that basically just shows them what's relevant, not all the data streaming from that system. And the city did an analysis. So we carried out this pilot in just one portion of the city in partnership with the Great Lakes Water Authority, which is our regional water authority. And they showed just in one portion of the system that we could reduce combined sewer overflows by 400 million gallons through real-time control. Meaning you just reprogram what you're doing. You don't build anything new, you just turn the pumps and gates and valves on at different times. That allows you to squeeze more performance out of it in the sense that it sort of like, reduces the number of sewer overflows. For them to build 400 million gallons of storage is a Chicago-sized problem. It's $500 million, $500 million. And that was a really cool outcome because the students had submitted to this national prize showing like, it was a really cool competition about solving water problems, and they had submitted this idea of just not building anything new. Right? Don't build anything new, just kind of reprogram stuff. And they ended up winning them the grand prize on that one. It was a kind of really exciting time for them because they were up against a bunch of consulting companies and others who were competing in that. And it was just exciting to see that some of these ideas may have traction. And in fact, that's what's happening in the city of Detroit right now. Right now, they're looking at real-time control as a realistic concept that might be implemented in their larger system. And we're seeing places across the US that are also looking at this. So South Bend, Indiana was a great example, and there's a number of other cities. So again, before you dig, there might be the opportunity to squeeze a little bit more performance out of what you already have. So with this in mind, I just wanted to kind of briefly close on like 3 opportunities that we've kind of seen over the past few years. Stormwater is definitely one of them. That's where we've been working for a while now. So combined sewer networks, stormwater networks, whether it's water quality or whether it's flooding. Recently, we've been branching into drinking water distribution systems. So our group builds a lot of sensors. What you're seeing here is our prototype that we've just launched in the past year and a half. It allows you to measure drinking water quality at the tap level. So most municipalities around the United States are measuring drinking water quality, but those are like grab samples. They go out once a month, twice a month to grab water quality, and then they're making decisions about things like, in our case, lead and other kind of parameters. But these are students installing drinking water sensors at the tap in people's homes, and we're starting to see some really, really interesting dynamics there. Not just what people are exposed to in terms of drinking water, but also possibly creating new tools for either municipalities or even small utilities. So imagine, not just sending people out to flush water hydrants on a schedule, but actually sending them when they have to. So either send them or not. not send them, depending on the water quality. In terms of small utilities, I think there's a lot of potential to install these devices and kind of centralize the data aggregation and be able to make recommendations from long distance about what could be done in these processes, right? Because for a lot of these utilities, staff are retiring. A lot of times you might not have engineers, especially in the state of Michigan. You might have engineers actually running the plant. You might have somebody who has a lot of experience, but now they're retiring. What can you do? And so the idea here is that you might be able to manage some of these plants remotely, and if not, at least know what's going on by adding some of these layers of technology. A second thing that we've been just breaking into that I feel like is kind of exciting, and maybe in the context of these drought discussions here, we've been adding sensors at really high resolution to measure soil levels, and you could extend this to groundwater, right? Imagine being able to have a real-time map of groundwater. So this is a map of real-time infiltration in the city of Detroit. That's basically the way it works is we put out all these sensors, all the data gets analyzed in real time, and we're able to create these maps of what's happening in these other portions of the neighborhood where we're not measuring. You could extend this to groundwater, and I know there's a lot of great work being done with groundwater modeling in the state and all these other initiatives. But I haven't seen nationally yet like real-time water models that are being applied at large scale. And the good news is that there's a lot of technology. This technology is really not the barrier anymore. This stuff is readily available. It's really about just kind of figuring out how it fits into the decision-making processes and how it provides value to folks. But it's definitely feasible. Like a large-scale real-time groundwater model is feasible, and knowing what's happening everywhere is feasible. It just requires like, the investment into it effectively. And speaking of that, I just kind of wanted to close. I think this morning we heard about business opportunities, how water means business. Water impacts a lot of businesses naturally, right? Like a lot of businesses use water and they need it for their livelihood. But there's also an opportunity to actually invest in these emerging technologies as a new kind of market, as a new kind of business. And I mainly bring that up because in the state of Michigan, we were for a long time pretty much like the main car makers in the world, right? In America, at least, right? And what happened was people from California with all their fancy technologies would be like, hey, we can make cars. And people were like, yeah, right? So we kind of missed the boat a little bit on electrification and autonomous stuff, because all of a sudden different parts of the country are becoming like the place for self-driving cars and the place for electric vehicles, right? And our car manufacturers are starting to catch up. In the case of water technologies at least, there is no such defined market yet, right? These are emerging technologies and nobody's jumped on it yet to figure out what's going on. We're still kind of primarily investing into traditional solutions, which are really, really important, but it doesn't mean we should maybe snooze on this particular opportunity, because I feel like there's still a big opportunity for just about any state to claim to be the water technology capital, frankly, not of just America, but the world, because the stuff is still emerging. And so I just wanted to give you an example of that. I've been trying to support my students in figuring out how this could work. So as my job as a professor, one of my students, this is Brandon up in the front, he's wearing the black t-shirt, said, hey, I want to start a company in this. And I was like, oh God, like, let's see how this goes. But I was like, okay, support him with it. Let's kick this thing off. And basically what he's been working on is taking these technologies that we've been building in lab and trying to see how we can make them accessible outside the university. Because the university can only for so long provide these kind of solutions. And so Brandon's big thing was basically trying to solve this PhD problem. Like, you do not need to have a PhD in order to be deploying water sensors. So he's been working on things like, how do you make it really, really easy to put out water sensors so that anybody can do it? So if you remember like Netflix, like old school Netflix, where you get a DVD in the mail and you send the other one back, that's what these things are. You put a water meter in, anybody can do it with a screwdriver. When you need a new one, it comes in the mail, swap it out, and that's basically how it works. And so making it easy to use gets rid of that rat's nest problem of maintaining gauges that require experts. He's been scaling this out across primarily the Great Lakes, and I've been kind of helping him with some of this stuff basically. But this shows you the devices. This is the city of Cleveland where he installed 50 devices in like one summer, right? So that's how quickly you can move on some of this stuff, and it's starting to provide some really interesting insights. Not just from the raw sensor data. Sure, some people go on the raw sensor data, but what he's been working on is kind of integrating this stuff into people's workflows. So nobody wants to look at raw sensor data. They want to get notifications only when it matters, basically. And so what he's been working on is how do you distill hundreds of sensor feeds into something that can be delivered to the desk of a stormwater manager, for example, and give them the clear indications of these are your inundation maps this morning, this is where the response is, this is potentially where you might want to send field crews. And so, in short, it's a really cool opportunity. I think there's a small number of sort of smart water startups, if you will, out there in the space, but it still hasn't been defined. And I mainly bring that up because I think it's an opportunity for just about anybody to get into this, whether you're an established consulting company or you're somebody who wants to start your own business. But in terms of water means business, it impacts businesses, but but there's also new stuff to be developed that nobody's like pounced on yet completely. So I'll just close on that and show you some of the images of the students that I have the privilege to kind of work with. I think if there's anything kind of as a takeaway from this is there's a lot of really exciting work being done in water. We all mean well. We all want to do really cool stuff. But if we don't measure it, we're not going to know if the stuff that we're building is actually is working, right? So that's kind of like cleaning the room in the dark. So I'll just leave off with that, and I'll be more than happy to have a discussion with you. Looking forward to learning from you. Thank you. Sure.
It's interesting that Powell, back in the 1800s, late 1800s, empowered a guy by the name of Frederick Newell to go out and do the camp of instruction on the Rio Grande River in New Mexico. And that's the same techniques that we use today pretty much at USGS. So I'm interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah. I mean, the USGS really wrote the book on surface water monitoring, among many other things, right? And it's like really, really impressive stuff they've developed over a century. And as you point out, some of the methods are pretty similar still. I think they are investing, the USGS federally right now is investing in new kind of observation technologies. I think the problem they're solving, this is at least based on my perception, is kind of like I think what you're alluding to, like changing the methodologies to get better measurements and better technologies implemented based on what I've seen through some of these water centers. But the thing I haven't seen addressed is how do we get more measurements out there? Because it's already expensive using the kind of established way. Now it's going to be more expensive using the new way, but nobody's putting sensors into the parking lot of an apartment complex because that's way too expensive. And so figuring out how to find sort of parsimony between this idea of what's a perfect measurement and what's like a good enough measurement for lots of applications, I think is kind of an interesting thing to solve. But I just haven't seen that yet. It's primarily been focused on getting like really, really good measurements.
Now, I know USGS likes to upgrade the ratings each time there's a big storm event, so they can capture what's going on with urban sprawl and growth.
Yeah.
Deforestation and sediment, redistribution, dead level, and so forth. So it's an interesting project that your students are getting undertaken. Wish you best.
Thanks, appreciate that. Yeah, no, they're doing some really, really good work, and they're absolutely needed as like a neutral entity that resolves a lot of disputes between people when the measurement is needed. So, yeah, please.
One question from someone online. How long would it take to train someone to use the program so that they could make decisions in real time? Have you developed any kind of book or training manual?
Yeah, so the question is about training. So oftentimes when you introduce new technologies, it's kind of I'm assuming the question's rooted in this idea of this, when you introduce something, it's not just enough for it to have value, it must have enough value for somebody to want to train on it and do it. And so we've actually spent a lot of time trying to think that through because we identified that as a major barrier. Like those easy to use sensors are one thing. So make field work easy is one component. Installation is another one. We actually spent for the past 2 years, we've been doing workforce development. And I shouldn't say that, we're a university, we don't do workforce development. But we're trying to sort of figure out what's a smart water technician look like? So if these systems exist in the future, could it create new jobs for people who don't want to go to college or can't go to college, but they still want to have access to kind of like new, cool, techie jobs? And the answer to that is like, yes, and you don't need to go to school for 4 years or even however long to do that. So we've been working on training programs like that to be able to do that. Now, from the perspective of using software, the approach that we're taking, and I don't think we're 100% there yet, is basically one of don't make me think. Like the technology needs to be intuitive. When you launch it at the beginning, it solves your problem, it gets you what you need, and I don't need to go to a 7-hour seminar to go train it. We're not there yet, but I think we're pretty close. And especially in the past year or two, we've seen people use the stuff like we deploy it and it's being used immediately. So we're getting there, and it's definitely an important thing to work on.
So I have a question.
Sure, Kevin.
About costs.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of the economic benefits.
Sure.
But, what are the costs for some of these sensor systems that you're putting out there?
So that's a really good question. It's tricky for me to tell you like how cheap it is when I never factor in student time, and students are cheap. So it's like, it's really cheap. But no, It's more affordable than buying something that's like an established, like what doesn't even, like a lot of these technologies don't even exist necessarily. It's cheaper. So like when we compare it to the USGS gauge, it's definitely cheaper. And I think part of that relates to staff time and other kind of things that have to go into it. Again, like the people going into the field are expensive. The technology itself is not that expensive. So again, I could say, here's 100 sensors, they're all $1,000 each. Not that bad, right? Like totally affordable, but who's gonna manage that? Who's gonna put it out? And so I think that's what we're trying to learn now is when you commercialize systems like this, how does the raw cost of the hardware, which is really a commodity good, right? Like we have thermostats at home that are like $10, $20 or whatever. How does that actually translate to the overall cost of deploying a network across the scale of a whole entire state? And that's kind of where things become interesting. And so initially, we don't know that answer 100% yet, but we believe by driving down the cost and actually implementing these kind of training programs, it'll be affordable. So Brandon's stuff that he's doing right now is like, I don't know, like $1,500 for a location, and then they have all sorts of other stuff that they're doing. So anyway, that's just like one example. Our sensor nodes, if you want to build them yourself, like it's on our website. If you go to our website, all the plans are free. You can do it yourself, and it's about $700 per unit. So yeah. You just have to kind of invest into building those and all that other stuff. And it's really tricky now with supply chains because we don't have microcontrollers and microchips and stuff, so it'll take a year.
Other questions? Actually, I have one more. So
Sure.
machine learning, you've tried to implement that so it can start learning how to better control these systems that you're working in?
Sure. So questions about machine learning. How many of you, just out of curiosity, how many of you have heard about artificial intelligence or machine learning? Okay. It's like a buzzword. I think it's a lot of times like a buzzword that CEOs use to sell you stuff, because I'm like, whoa, I just went to this conference and somebody said artificial intelligence, and I was like, I want some of that. It's the best thing I've heard about artificial intelligence is that it's not artificial and it's not intelligent. It's basically just a bunch of math from the 50s primarily. And we can do math. We're water engineers. We can do math, right? That's been put on big computers. That's effectively what's happened is, Amazon, Google, et cetera, give you these big servers and you toss on these algorithms and they crank some data. It's not that trivial, but it's definitely accessible. Yeah, we've been using them like a lot. So where we use them is to clean data. So that's eliminating like one job right there. Imagine somebody would have to look at data and say this data set is good enough for you to make a decision right now, whether we close a road or whether we let somebody pump groundwater. That has to be quality controlled. And we're kind of applying these algorithms to quality control the data. That's one example. And then we're also applying them obviously to the controls. So when you have a system of, let's say, 100 valves, and we've ran simulations for stuff like that, there are no good models. There's lots of research out there about, modeling water, but not modeling controls. And so that's where we're applying some of these algorithms. But they're a lot more accessible than they seem. I'll say that anybody doing water modeling can do machine learning and artificial intelligence just by kind of reading some books here or there. And that's what I'm hoping to do with a lot of students. We're trying to do that with students right now. All our undergrads coming out of our curriculum are learning that stuff. So.
Very good. Any other questions? Let's give Dr. Kirkes another hand.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, that's a wrap for day one. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today. We'll be back here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. with another great lineup of speakers and award presentations. And don't forget tonight, in your free time, we've got all the poster presentations are available online, along with speaker bios and other interesting things on the gwc.live website. So definitely go check that out. And with that, we'll adjourn for the evening. Thank you.